I honestly don't know why, but I feel compelled to share this story today. I've been staring at a bottle of cheap whiskey for far too long now. I'm going to take you back almost 12 years. I use Reddit normally, and I love browsing this sub, so I'm confident that there can be some understanding here. Or at least I hope. So let's turn back the clock to when I was 16. I really wish I could in real life. But anyway, my sister Jane was the sweetest person I've ever met. Well, if I'm being honest, I didn't really think that highly of her at the time. Besides being sweet and nice to almost everyone, she was the perfect example of a tomboy. You know, short hair, boy clothes, interested more in cars than dolls. This entire story happened over a much longer period of time. She started with the more boyish look when she was 13. My parents thought it was just a phase and told her to dress normally. But after many, many fights, they gave up and allowed her to dress the way that she wanted. Those were some terrible few months. Many slaps, beatings, and a lot of yelling from my dad, coupled with constant crying from my mom. Now I know the reason that they did all that was because they didn't want their daughter to be seen in a certain way. My parents are not religious, at least not more than your average family. They never forced their beliefs onto us. I got into the atheism craze when I was in my early teens, and they didn't care for it. They just told me not to tell people around, because apparently a lot of our family is religious. My dad was a cop, pretty high ranking as well. He loved his job, and was actually quite liberal in my opinion, extremely inclusive of other races and whatnot. He was also really lax with the rules. He often showed us his gun, and on my granddad's farm, he taught us how to shoot with a similar gun while making sure that we understood proper gun handling, care for the weapon, how to reload, and never to aim at anyone. The issues of gay and trans people came up very rarely in our house, but I remember someone on TV speaking about it, or maybe it was a movie. I can't quite recall, but both of my parents were disgusted just by the thought. This was when I was 11 or 12, and I asked about it, like the curious little I was. My parents explained to both myself and my sister about what a gay person is, what a transgender person is, and so on. They outright said that those people are sick and should be in a hospital, akin to their thoughts on pedophiles. My sister didn't really react, but I jumped on that. With my friends, we made these dumb stories and included a lot of gay and trans characters getting killed or being locked somewhere in prison. My parents even praised me for being creative after hearing a pretty damn long story from a 12-year-old. Anyway, a year later, my sister started with the tomboy stuff, and I didn't think much of it. Although fast forward 2 years, we're both newly 15, and it begins to click in my brain why my parents were so opposed to it, and who my sister really was. She was transgender. I felt mad at myself for even thinking my own sister could be something so vile. I asked her several times, and every single time she told me to screw off, or just refuted it. A few months passed and our relationship tanked. We barely spoke. I couldn't look at her, and whenever I started talking, Jane would make every effort to leave the room as soon as possible. Then came a night. I was staying up late playing World of Warcraft after my friends had logged off. I went to grab a drink from the kitchen, and to go downstairs, I needed to pass Jane's room. I heard a sound. It was strange, almost like the cry of a weird creature. Well, shitting my pants, I opened the door. I saw her there crying on the floor. The sound I heard was her trying to be quiet, and for that short moment, everything was gone. I ran to her, asking what's happened, helping her up, sitting her down on her bed and giving her the biggest hug I could muster. It was the first moment that we shared after such a long time. She told me the truth, that she was afraid, hurt, and trans. I don't think I've ever been more conflicted than in that moment. I hated that she was trans. I hated all trans people for infecting her with this virus. But she was my sister, someone I shared so much with, who was there for me when I was crying. I couldn't let go, and so I just held her, and stayed there with her through the night. She fell asleep early that morning, and because it was Saturday, I put a blanket over her and let her sleep. She slept until 2 p.m. when my mom finally woke her up with a yell. She looked at me with red eyes, mouthing the words, "Thank you." I remember that clear as day, and after lunch, I told her I wanted to talk, and that we did. I suggested we tell our parents that she's trans, and they could get her treatment, and that she could be cured. That was the moment it all began to go downhill, because my mom overheard. "Are you trans?" she screamed, and yelled for our dad. Jane kept silent, so they turned to me asking if she admitted to it. I nodded. My father beat my sister with a belt that day, leaving bruises and welts. They kept screaming, Jane kept crying, and all I could do was stand there. Our 16th birthday came, and over the few months since this happened, I had warmed up to trans people and had learned a lot online. I used forums and message boards to talk to people that I wouldn't normally speak to, and asked a lot of questions about the trans community. My parents didn't want to hear a word of it, though, something that still hurts my heart now. Jane and I were born on the 14th of February, Valentine's Day twins. I like the date for 2 reasons. It was like the whole world was celebrating my birthday. I got a cake and a ton of gifts, and just like every year, I bought something small for Jane. This year I was conflicted, but I decided to buy a gift anyway. It was this adorable, huge teddy bear. Not your standard Valentine's one, but a proper and expensive teddy. The cold thing about that day is that at this point my parents and sister had drifted so far apart that my parents didn't even want to celebrate Jane's half of the birthday. Just mine. But just like every year, our parents had worked the day after. So I thought what a great idea it would be to give Jane her teddy bear on the 15th when my parents weren't there. I felt really bad for her and the circumstances of this year's birthday, so I wrote a letter. I tried my best at proper cursive. It was paragraphs of me saying that I still loved her, and our parents just don't understand. I ended it with, "I'm glad to have you as my brother." I remember writing those words, feeling kind of weird about it, but happy at the same time. After my parents left for the day, I found my way to my sibling's room, but he wasn't in there. I put down the bear and put the letter on his huge fluffy head. I left the room and went to go play World of Warcraft again, waiting for him to find it. I eventually did hear the door to his room open and then shut again. I think it must have been another hour before any other outside sound went through my headphones. But this sound was so fucking loud, my ears were ringing. It took me a few seconds to put 2 and 2 together, to realize the sound that I heard was a gunshot. I didn't want it to be true. I wanted to run, but at the same time, I wanted to avoid knowing. But what if? So many fucking what ifs. If I didn't play that stupid game, and I just waited for him, goddammit. I opened the door, and there he was, lying in a pool of his own blood, hugging that stupid teddy bear. That moment was the longest moment in my life. I fell to the ground, and I didn't even attempt to hold myself up. After coming back to my senses, I called an ambulance. But by the time they got there, it was far too late. It was my dad's gun. That's why he wasn't in his room. He was attempting to get into my father's safe, just to get his hands on that gun. After a few days, I found an envelope with my name on it. There was 5 60-day cards for World of Warcraft. There was also a note in there. It read, "For the best brother." It was his gift for me. It took me weeks to redeem them, but after I did, I made a character, named him a weird variation of Jay, the name that he went by with friends, along with our last name. I played with that character for a long time before quitting World of Warcraft altogether. I wanted to take my own life, to join him somewhere. Today, all those stupid hearts and celebrations are just a reminder of this. I'm sorry for rambling. I'm sorry for everything. I'm going to start this off by saying I'm not a good person for what I'm doing, but I want to share this story about how my life got flipped upside down. so I worked hard to buy my parents' house. And trust me, that's not as benign of a statement as you might think. I'll have to give a little bit of backstory here, just to explain this whole thing. My parents got married very young, and I wasn't planned. But when they were growing up, it was a standard thing that when you have a baby, you get your own place. And it didn't matter if you rented or bought said place. So with my parents being young and with a child on the way, they rented from this lovely fellow from Osaka, Japan, who we'll call Uncle Kiryu. Now, Uncle Kiryu was a wealthy man who made a lot of money from oil and property, but he started from nothing. So he knew that being young, you needed a helping hand to get people started. So he would rent out his apartments and houses at lower than market rates for people who needed a roof over their heads. And because he had so many properties, he always had steady income. Whether there's a recession, floods, war, I think you get the picture. Now, Uncle Kiryu was always generous to me and my family. He helped where he could. We even had him over for birthdays and New Year's. He once brought me to the dentist when I fell and broke a tooth at the age of 11, and he paid for it without question. Over time, as my parents got older, they finished college, got better jobs. He helped them move from a 1-bedroom apartment with no garden to a nice townhouse, all the way to a 3-bedroom house right outside the city center, all of which he owned and chose to rent out to them. However, if Kiryu has a fault, he always tries to see the best in people, even if their flaws are staring him right in the face. The reason I'm telling you so much about Uncle Kiryu is because he is very important to this story, and because I feel like I owe him my life. About 12 years after they had me, my parents were in a bad car accident and had numerous injuries. My dad cracked his ribs, tore a muscle in his back, and dislocated both shoulders. My mom broke her leg in 2 places and shattered her right foot. Thanks to these injuries, they sadly lost their jobs. This was back when you could get away with making people redundant for long-term medical injuries. Thanks to the injuries and losing their jobs, they were stuck at home all day and could do very little except take painkillers and watch TV. I spent a lot of time with other family, babysitters, or just hanging out with friends outside for at least a year while they recovered and went through rehab and extra surgeries. There's a part of long-term injuries that isn't always brought up, and that's pain management. Between broken bones, torn muscles, and not being able to work, Mom and Dad were in constant pain and taking a lot of pills and injections just to function. And let's be honest, pain medication can be quite addictive and can change you as a person. This was only too clear to see as my parents changed from proud, hard-working, loving people to addicts who only cared about getting their fix. Once they recovered from their injuries, they couldn't get pain pills anymore, so they switched to heroin and alcohol. Once that started, the abuse was soon to follow. They teased me about everything, verbally abusing me for just being a kid, stealing the money that I was making from my part-time job, complaining about having to pay for new bras, new clothes when I outgrew them, and guilting me into more and more responsibilities around the house. The moment that broke me was when I was 17. We'd been fighting over something stupid, and to this day I still can't remember what, but I do remember what was said to me. From my father, "You're just a lazy, good-for-nothing bitch. All you do is rip your clothes with your fat fucking tits and complain, even though we keep this roof over your head and food in the fridge." From my mother, "So shut up. You're worthless. You're just going to be a waitress all your life anyway. You're not worth $5. This was followed by a slap from my father and my mom spitting on me. Now, have you ever heard the expression, "You can't see the forest through the trees"? Well, that damn day lit a fire under me and I got ready to burn that entire forest down. What followed was me putting all my time into school and work. And this part will sound like I'm bragging, although I don't mean to. I'll do my best to make it factual and to the point. The next 5 years seemed to fly by in a month. I don't know how or why, but I turned into a machine and made something of myself. I finished my learning certification, which is the equivalent of SATs for you lovely Yanks across the sea, and even got into culinary school. I passed with flying colors, and got a job as a prep chef in one of the other restaurants in the hotel that I was working at. I moved out of my parents' house and into an apartment. Thank you again to Uncle Kiryu. I busted my hump and got promoted to various chef positions within the kitchen. After about 3 years, I made it to sous chef. I wasn't the best chef there by any means, but until I made sous chef, I was paid hourly, so I worked every hour they would give, and that earned me a lot of respect. Plus, I would always clear the oil and water drains in the kitchen, which apparently nobody else wanted to do. This allowed me to save up a lot of money for a rainy day. All the while, my parents just fell deeper into their addictions. We kept our distance mostly, and we saw each other on birthdays, Christmas. Maybe occasionally I'd get a call to borrow money for food. And here's a tip. If someone asks for food money, offer to bring them shopping. If they're genuine, they'll jump all over that chance. If not, they'll run. Whenever I visit, it's hard to ignore that their house has fallen into disrepair. Broken windows, torn wallpaper, burn marks everywhere, mold in the ceiling. Uncle Kiryu knows all too well about the things that need fixing, but they won't let him in to fix the place up. The moment that made my attitude go from, I'm going to make something of myself, to, I will destroy you, was last Christmas. We went to a family get-together, and it was a usual party. Big turkey, way too much mulled wine, tons of presents, and everyone watching Mr. Brown's Boys. It's a popular show with our family. My lovely aunt was telling anyone who would listen how I helped save her daughter's wedding by catering the whole thing. I didn't really do that. I just put her in contact with a friend of mine who specializes in wedding meals. And my dad, in his pill and mulled wine-induced stupor, decided to rant about my career. A caterer? A fucking caterer? Oh no, I'm sorry, you're some big Ponzi chef. Why didn't you go into construction like me? Do something useful with your life, not some worthless career where all you do is peel potatoes all day. My mom, of course, decides to chime in and essentially mumbles some inordinate abuse, calling my work not a proper job, that anyone could do it, and a cow like you isn't worth a damn fiver. Now, this is where they really touched a nerve. I'll admit, I'm a woman who has an ego when it comes to my work. I'm not at the level of Michelin star chefs, but I'm damn good at what I do. I worked hard to get there, and I know I'm worth something. Skip ahead a couple of weeks, and I'm at my Uncle Kiryu's house for his New Year's party. He always celebrates it in mid-January for some reason. And he's talking a little bit about finance, how it's a good time to sell some of his properties that are vacant. And it hits me. What if I buy my parents' house? So Uncle Kiryu and I get to talking, and he realizes that with the house in such a state, it would cost a lot of money to repair. So he agrees to sell it to me at a cheaper price, rather than having it fixed up first. I'm not proud of this, but I convinced him that I wanted to buy the place to ensure my parents would always have a roof over their heads. Well, it took nearly 6 months, but soon enough, I got the confirmation from my lawyer and estate agent that I now own my parents' 3-bedroom house and I'm their new landlord. As part of the sale, I asked Uncle Kiryu to organize the transfer of rent payments to a new bank account that I set up, and I've had him work as my intermediary with them, so they haven't had to meet their new landlord yet. Due to the pandemic, there have been some new ordinances put in place that kind of draw this process out. But soon, they'll have 3 months to get the hell out. Then I can fix the damage they've done and move into my own home. Meanwhile, they're on benefits and can barely afford a damn meal, never mind somewhere else to live. I'm just watching the calendar, waiting for my day to visit and serve that eviction notice. I'm not the good girl or the hero of this story, but I'll contend that I'm worth much more than a fiver. This is a throwaway account, but here's my story. A few weeks ago, I was hit with news that no one ever wants to hear. I'm dying. I have stage 4 cancer. It's spread throughout my body, and the survival rate for someone in my position is next to 0. Even in the best case scenarios, I have a handful of years left. Maybe. I'm not holding on to false hope. I'm a realist, and I know my days here are numbered. What makes this unbearable isn't just the diagnosis itself. It's the fact that I haven't told my partner yet. I just don't know how to. She's been through so much in her life already. Painful losses, setbacks, heartbreaks. She's told me that I've been her rock through it all. Imagining a future with me, building a life together, has given her a sense of purpose and hope. She's finally able to dream again, to think about tomorrow without the weight of the past dragging her down. And now I have to tell her that those dreams are about to shatter. She has no idea that I'm dying. She's planning a future that I won't be around for, and it breaks my heart every day. I've spent countless sleepless nights trying to figure out how to tell her. How do you tell someone you love that your time together is limited? That the life they're envisioning with you will never come to be? She's unknowingly attached her orbit to a dying star, and I don't know how to pull her out of it without destroying her in the process. I don't have many regrets in life. I've seen amazing places, loved incredible people, and lived a life that I'm proud of. In some strange way, I'm ready for what's coming. But this is the hardest thing I've ever faced. For those curious about the diagnosis, I'll share some details. I know this is the internet, and people are quick to poke holes in stories, but I also want to use this moment to raise awareness. My cancer started as a melanoma, a type of skin cancer. Years ago, I noticed an irregular mole on my skin. It had uneven borders, with dark pigmentation that contrasted with lighter areas. I got it checked, and it was removed with clear margins. At that time, follow-up PET scans showed no signs of metastasis beyond the local region. I thought I was in the clear. For over a decade, I followed a strict screening schedule with my dermatologist. Melanoma is an aggressive cancer that can metastasize quickly. Regular screenings, ideally every 6 months, are essential for early detection. And for a while I was diligent, but then life threw me a curveball. A few years back, I hit a rough patch myself. I was alone, depressed, and struggling to see the point in anything. I stopped caring about my health, skipped my screenings, and let those 3 years pass without seeing a doctor. By the time I found someone who made me want to turn my life around, it was too late. The melanoma had come back, and it had spread. If there's one thing I can stress to anyone reading this, it's get yourself screened. If you've ever been diagnosed with melanoma, or even any benign form of skin cancer, you need to prioritize these checkups. Melanoma moves fast. Missing even one screening can have devastating consequences. I wish I could go back and undo the years I lapsed on my screenings, but I didn't care back then. I was convinced no one else cared about me, so why should I care about myself? Don't make that same mistake that I did. Take care of yourself. Your future self will thank you. Don't let depression or apathy convince you that it doesn't matter, because it does. And if you're lucky enough to have someone in your life who loves you, cherish them. Be honest with them, even when it's hard. I'm learning that lesson now, in the hardest way possible. For now, I'll keep searching for the right moment to tell her. I owe her that much. I just hope that she can find it in her heart to forgive me for the future that I can't give her. This happened over a decade ago, but the memory still sticks with me. When one comes close to dying, that's not exactly something that leaves you. I was already with my future husband when I first met his cousin James. We connected immediately, too easily perhaps. We had shared struggles, battles with addiction, anorexia, and a longing to feel understood. At first, it seemed like a bond born out of shared pain, but I only learned later that it was rooted in something far darker. We talked often, sometimes late into the night. We'd meet up to sometimes get our only meal of the day together, or catch a movie. But one night, things shifted. Sitting in his car after an outing, he leaned in and kissed me. I immediately pulled away, stunned and uncomfortable, and I told him that we couldn't keep seeing each other. When I confessed this to my then boyfriend, he was surprisingly understanding. What I didn't tell him was how furious his cousin had become after I rejected him. Time passed, and I let the dust settle, and against my better judgment, I allowed us to meet up again as friends. We'd always go to the same place, both of us too thin, starving ourselves, but finding some solace in sharing meals that neither of us should have been eating. After a few of these outings, it became clear that our connection wasn't healthy for either of us. I decided to stop seeing him altogether. That's when he asked me to meet him one final time. He said it so earnestly, so insistently, that I caved. I thought I could handle just one more dinner. That night, we went to our usual spot. He talked about his apartment, his job, and how happy he could make me if only I'd let him. The way he spoke really shook me, like I was supposed to just fall into his arms. But I told him that I needed to go home. By the time that we were driving away from the restaurant, I realized that it was much later in the evening than I had originally thought. Instead of heading towards my house, he took a turn off the main highway into a forest preserve. The darkness of our surroundings was now suffocating, with no other lights anywhere. My heart was already beating out of my chest, and every part of me screamed to get out of the car. He pulled into the parking lot, where we were completely alone, and then he shut off the engine. The air inside the car felt heavy, and that's when he turned to me with his face a strange mix of desperation and anger, and said, "We're meant for each other." I was frozen, too scared to even push back. I didn't want to upset him, knowing just a little bit about his history of violence. Instead, I whispered that he knew I was engaged, and we were only friends. But that wasn't enough for him. His expression changed. Tears welled in his eyes, but that sorrow quickly turned to rage. He said he loved me, his voice trembling, and before I could even react, his arm was around my neck. The pressure was immediate and unbearable as he clamped down on the right side of my neck. I knew that he had been a wrestler in high school. He knew exactly what he was doing. I stared straight ahead, panicking, the world closing in as the blood flow to my brain slowed. And then everything went black. When I woke up, a police officer was standing at the window of the car. His flashlight illuminated the scene. Vomit on my shirt, my pants soaked. I was disoriented, terrified, and ashamed. The officer asked if I was okay. I wanted to scream, to cry, to beg for help. But that fear silenced me. My attacker spoke calmly, telling the officer we were fine and that I was drunk. I wasn't drunk. I was nearly dead. The officer handed James a ticket, some minor infraction, and then turned his attention to me. I forced myself to sound steady as I told him I was okay, but I wanted to go home. I thought if I said it in front of the officer, it would ensure my safety for the drive. The officer took our names, and I felt as if James knew that he couldn't try anything more without risking arrest. The car ride home itself was silent. I was shaking the entire way, replaying what had just happened, wondering if James had intended to kill me, or if his rage had simply spiraled out of control. Either way, I had come within inches of death. One doesn't vomit or lose control of a bladder unless your brain has been deprived of oxygen for far too long. That's how I knew that I almost didn't make it out of this situation. I told my now husband about it eventually, but not right away. Guilt ate at me, making me feel complicit for agreeing to that one final meeting. My husband was horrified, supportive, but it didn't erase the damage. I only saw that cousin a few times after that at family holidays, but he never spoke to me again. Beyond that, he never even attempted to make eye contact with me. If that officer hadn't arrived when he did, I wouldn't be here to share this. That thought is what sends me spiraling. I came so close to being a memory, and it's something that never stops haunting me. This is from way back in 1978, but some things only bury themselves deeper into you with the passage of time. If this had occurred during the era of stalker awareness, I believe I would have been much more terrified than I remember being at the time. First, you're going to need a little bit of backstory. I was adopted, which isn't a bad thing, except that my parents had wanted a perfect dream Barbie doll daughter, and I was supposed to live out their script. They were controlling, and coupled with alcohol abuse, by the time I was a teen, the breach was so bad that I wasn't even living in their house most of the time. I tried to move back and fix things, but it never seemed to work. What finally broke my back was a guy that I'll call Rich. Rich phoned my house one afternoon and asked for a date. I told him that I didn't know who he was, which was true, and that I wasn't allowed to date, which was also true. He seemed annoyed because I didn't know who he was. I'm on the student council. I'm the head of our junior achievement club, which, big deal. So what? I asked how he got my number because it was unlisted, and he said he volunteered in the school office and pulled my number from student records. This should have been my first clue, but I was only 15 at the time, and with minimal life experience, I didn't know to be turned off by such an act. Anyway, I told him no and hung up, thinking that this was the end of it. The next day I get home from school and find my mom all excited. She's gotten a call from El Creepo and his mother, and she was just so impressed that she decided that I could go out with him. His mom was going to pick us up and bring me home, so it was okay. I told her that I didn't even know the guy, but she thought this was so sweet that he had his mother introduce him. We went out for pizza and a movie, and I thought he was a nice enough guy, but I really wasn't interested in him. However, he decided this one date meant that I was now his girlfriend. He was aided and abetted in this by my mother, who thought he was just the perfect young man, and quote, just what we always wanted for you. Explaining to her that I wasn't interested in him just brought up a monologue about what a great guy he was, what a good family he came from. Why would I rather be home reading a book than out having a good time? Telling her that I didn't have a good time just didn't seem to compute in her brain. I never got to see any of my other friends because Rich was always monopolizing my time. Weekends, I had to go to his house for dinner and watch TV. First, we'd watch The Love Boat. Then we'd watch Fantasy Island. And I had to endure his siblings running around the living room, flapping their arms and yelling, "The plane! The plane!" I wish I was making this part up, but nope. On Saturday and Sunday, we played Atari at his house. At least he had good games. And then Sunday mornings, as soon as Rich woke up, he'd give me a call. I tried telling him that I wasn't interested in a relationship, and I didn't want to see him anymore. I remember on more than one occasion, he began to cry at this admission. I also remember having to shake his hands off of me. While I was walking home, he called my mom in tears, saying that he just wanted to tell her goodbye, and I guess I just didn't love her enough. And my psycho mother blasted me when I walked in the door for being so mean to this sweet guy. He quickly learned the way to force me out on dates was to ask in front of my mom, because she would roll over any excuse I came up with. He began trying to get rid of my friends by complaining that they didn't like him, which was true, and asked my mom to make sure that they weren't invited over when he was at our house. My friends either didn't like him or were a bad influence on me. Those were his two favorite rationales to use on my mom. He griped about my clothes and makeup. He hated lipstick especially. I told my mom, thinking she'd agree how stupid this was. But when I got dressed for school the next day, she blew up on me. "What are you doing with that makeup on? Rich told you he doesn't like that. You get in there and wash your face right now." I was flabbergasted, but said hell no to both of them and wore whatever I liked. He'd scowl and screw his face up into the ugliest sneers, saying that I looked like a streetwalker. Mind you, this was over lipstick, eyeshadow, and mascara. A girl your age has no business wearing a bikini. That top is too low cut. Why don't you show some self-respect? Also some of his favorites for the summer months. I wish he'd been physically abusive, because then my parents would have agreed to get rid of him. But he was an honor student from a good family, not a troublemaker. At school, the teachers liked him, and although other kids thought he was a number one nerd, he wasn't exactly bullied because at our high-performing high school, he stomped everyone's behind academically. I don't know why he fixated on me. Maybe it was because I was the shyest kid in school. Like I said, he never hit me. I just couldn't peel him off. Christmas time was the worst. He gave me a list. This is what he wants for Christmas. This is what his sister wants for Christmas. This is what his mother wants. He expected me to buy gifts for his entire family. I wasn't even planning to get him anything. And he wanted an Atari game. We couldn't afford an Atari system for ourselves, but Mom of course buys it for him. She gets everything on the list and tells me to hush because they're getting me something too. I asked Rich for a gift certificate to the bookstore, but his mom says gift certs are tacky. They'll get me a real gift. So I was thinking something cool. He gets me, I kid you not, a set of ladies' handkerchiefs. I saw them 2 for $5 at Kmart. After he demanded an Atari game. His sister gets me nothing. His mom buys me a football jersey. Mind you, I'm not a football fan, but this is like the one that Rich wears. Mom goes gaga saying how cute, that we'll match, and be sure to wear it next Friday so they'll see how much I like it. I quietly threw that thing away. I blasted my parents for manipulating and interfering, and then I moved out once again. They gave Rich my new address, as well as my phone number. I had to move and change numbers again, and this time I didn't give my parents the number. He had Mom go to one of my friends and weasel it out of her. I almost got fired from a job because he wouldn't stop calling. He waited for me outside the door of my work and followed me home, begging and crying. He followed another guy I was dating and tried to convince him that we were engaged. I called the cops, but they said he wasn't breaking any laws, and even lectured me for not being forceful enough. Sometimes he would disappear for a few months, but he'd always turn up again. My roommate came home from work one day to find him mowing the lawn at the duplex we were renting. Like I said at the beginning, at this time the word stalking didn't exist. Or at least it wasn't a term that was taught and instructed to know what it looked like. The harassment ended only when I moved out of town. I went back for a family funeral and found he had gone to pay respects and introduced himself to everyone as my boyfriend. I told everyone that he had spoken to, if they told him where I was living, I'd shoot them first and him second. I never went to any of my high school reunions because I was afraid of seeing him there. I wonder sometimes if he ever got married. I feel sorry for the girl if he did. I'm not sure if this story belongs here because I can't quite decide if I would have an issue meeting this person again. But I reckon any normal person wouldn't. This happened to me in Tempe, Arizona, not far from Mill Avenue, where all the bars are at. I was out bar hopping with a group of my friends one weekend, having a good time, and I had gotten pretty wasted over the course of the evening. I have this terrible habit of wandering off and getting lost when I drink. And on this particular night, I had managed to get myself into a very dumb situation. After wandering down various streets for almost an hour, I started to realize that I was lost, and to make things worse, my phone was out of battery. At some point, I decided I would just walk back to my friend's house, which I knew was somewhere north of the area where we were bar hopping. I should mention that I'm also severely incompetent when it comes to directions and navigating in a city, so I didn't realize that I was a solid 7 to 8 miles away from my friend's place. As I was stumbling confidently along the empty roads at 2 a.m., a sedan suddenly pulls off the road in front of me, aggressively, almost blocking my path. Somewhat startled, I look towards the driver's side seat and see a rather large, mean-looking man staring me down. In situations like this, most people have one of two reactions. They either become scared and defensive, or become angry and aggressive. I, on the other hand, am an insane person, and was drunk enough to have no sense of danger at all. I should mention, I'm your typical privileged suburban white guy, not particularly threatening or big. I proceeded to wave at the driver, saying, "Hey man, what's good?" I'm not completely sure, but I think I was probably smiling too. I specifically remember the face that he made. It was a sort of confused and conflicted look, as if I were asking him what year this was. He paused for a moment and asked me something, but I couldn't understand what he said. I said something like, "Huh?" He then asked me, "Where are you going?" I told him I was trying to walk to my friend's place, but I have no idea where I'm at. After another brief pause, he told me to get in. Without giving it any second thought, I walked over to the passenger side and jumped right in. Pretty dumb, right? Well, at the time it seemed like a good idea. Once I got in, I was able to get a better look at the guy. He was covered in tattoos and was wearing your typical thug attire. I also noticed his arm was all bandaged, and he also had a pistol tucked into his shorts. Again, for some reason, none of this fazed me at the time. He asked me where my friend's place was, and I gave him the directions. Now, I'm pretty sociable and talkative when I drink, so I immediately started chatting with the guy casually. I don't remember exactly how we got started, but eventually, he told me his entire life story. He had just gotten out of the hospital after being treated for a gunshot wound in his arm, and his girl had just broken up with him because of it. Apparently, she didn't like the fact that he was in a gang and getting into gunfights. Go figure. He then told me that he was real pissed off about her leaving and about getting shot, and he was driving around looking for someone to rob that night when he found me, and that he served time for robbery in the past. At that point, my drunken brain started to connect the dots, and I thought about the roughly $200 I had in my wallet at that very moment. But instead of freaking out, I just said something like, "Damn man, that's rough." He also told me that he really wanted to be a rapper and was trying to get his music career off the ground. I tried to be supportive, telling him to just go for it. About 10 minutes later, we pulled up at my friend's place. Now, this is when I should have gotten out of the car and told the armed man thanks for the ride. But again, I'm not quite all there in the head and felt like I owed him one for taking me all the way there. So I asked him if he wanted to come in and smoke some weed with us. He said he was down. At this point, my friends had already been back home for a while and were all wondering what had happened to me. As you might expect, they were awfully surprised when I showed up with a strange dude who I now knew was a gang member, one that had openly admitted that he had debated robbing me at gunpoint. I don't think I could have guessed what this dude was going to do next, though. My buddy lives in a house with a few other people. His room is at the end of a hallway, and that's where they were all listening to music. He also has a huge safe in his closet that's visible as soon as you walk in the room. I didn't realize it, but my new friend had brought his gun inside with him, and shortly after entering the room, after everyone said "what's up," he took his gun out of his waistband and put it down right on top of the safe in front of everyone. It seemed like a really odd thing to do, but it was a lot better than what he could have done. I feel like it was sort of a show of respect, like he wanted to show that he wasn't going to use it. Luckily, I have some super chill friends, so they acted cool. And we're about to roll up a blunt, so a few minutes later, we all went out back to smoke, leaving that gun in his room. The dude chilled with us for a while longer and actually seemed to get along with some of my friends who had a similar interest in music. He was conversational, downright friendly. And then, when his time came, he picked up his gun and left without incident. Looking back now, I realized that this could have gone so much worse, especially since my buddy had a lot of cash in that safe, and he could have easily robbed us at gunpoint at any time. I like to think that although he was a criminal and a gang member, he was also just a guy going through a hard time, and a little kindness and some greenery prevented that night from going very bad. I open this question up to all of you kind strangers on the internet. Am I crazy for thinking that I just made a new friend? About 10 years ago, my ex and I decided to hit the drive-in theater for a Tuesday movie night. It was the perfect midweek escape since I had Wednesdays off, and Tuesday entries at the drive-in were only $5. That particular night, we watched Gone Girl, and by the time the movie ended, it was close to midnight, and we were going to be heading home under a blanket of darkness. I was driving, and as we left the theater, I hopped onto the freeway. It was late, and the road was mostly empty. Just me, my ex, and a semi-truck lumbering along in the right lane. I flipped on my blinker to pass the semi, and moved into the left lane. I didn't see any other cars in sight, so I thought nothing of it. But then, seemingly out of nowhere, a white truck appeared behind me, its high beams flashing aggressively. It sped up, tailgating me so closely I could barely see its headlights in my rearview mirror. My first thought was, did I accidentally cut this guy off? It didn't seem possible. I'd checked my mirrors, and the freeway had been empty just seconds before. I quickly moved back to the right lane after passing the semi, figuring the truck driver could pass me, flip me off, and be on his way. But that's not what happened at all. As soon as I moved over, the truck filled the gap between me and the semi, sticking to my rear bumper like glue. My ex was asleep in the passenger seat, and I didn't want to wake him over what could have been nothing. Maybe I had made a mistake, though it didn't feel like it. The truck's driver had 3 empty lanes to the left where he could pass me, but instead he stayed locked on my bumper, flashing his brights like some sort of maniac. I switched lanes again, hoping to let him pass, but he just followed. Every single time I moved, he swerved behind me. I even stopped using my turn signals, trying to throw him off, but he mirrored my every move. By this point, my hands were shaking on the wheel. I pushed our car to 90 miles per hour, thinking that maybe I could lose him, but he just sped up to match my pace. Terrified, I nudged my ex awake. "Babe," I whispered, "I think we're being followed." He rubbed his eyes, sat up, and turned to look behind us. Almost immediately, he realized what I meant. Our exit wasn't for another few miles, and the truck showed no signs of letting up. I begged my ex to call the police, but he didn't. He just kept watching the truck like he was trying to make sense of it. Meanwhile, my fear was spiraling into panic. Then I saw it, an exit to another freeway, one that I hadn't planned on taking. Without thinking, I veered sharply towards it, narrowly missing the concrete pillar of the overpass. My heart was pounding in my ears, but I glanced over at the truck as we made the turn. The driver was staring directly at us. His face was shadowed, but I could feel the intensity of his gaze. There was something deliberate about it, something cold, something calculating. My stomach dropped, and I started sobbing as I drove down the new freeway. My ex stayed quiet, his expression unreadable, but I knew he had seen the same thing I did. I pulled off at the first exit and found a brightly lit gas station. Shaking uncontrollably, I parked the car and broke down in tears. My ex sat there quietly, letting me cry, before we switched seats so he could drive the rest of the way home. Once we were home and I had calmed down a bit, we started piecing the night together. I explained everything that had happened while he was asleep. The tailgating, the flashing lights, the driver following me through every lane change. Then we got to the moment when I swerved off the freeway and saw the driver staring at us. My ex hesitated for a moment, then looked at me with a voice low and serious. "Babe, he had a gun pointed at us." I froze. I'd been so focused on his face, on the sheer creepiness of him following us, that I hadn't noticed the weapon, but my ex had. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. This wasn't just some aggressive driver with road rage. This man had a firearm, and he was following us for a reason. What that reason was, I'll never know. We hadn't talked to anyone at the drive-in or done anything to provoke someone. The movie was uneventful. The night had started off so normally, but somewhere on that dark freeway, we crossed paths with someone who clearly had dark intentions. I still think about that night. What would have happened if I hadn't swerved onto the exit? What if he had caught up to us? That's a thought that scares me to my core. We were lucky, but the memory of his cold, unrelenting stare will likely stick with me to the end of my days. Hey guys, if you're into the content that we create, we've got a Patreon where you can support the show and get early access to new episodes before everyone else. Just head on over to patreon.com/Malevolent Mischief or check the link in the description and join our community today. "9 years ago, I met a person that to this day, I still wish that I never had. I was an isolated, bullied, and depressed 8th grader, with the added state of being a plus-size kid in a sport-centric town. So basically, I was teased and ridiculed on a daily basis. I couldn't make any friends with my new classmates. All of my old friends from elementary school had been placed in different classes, and nobody was in the same after-school groups as me anymore. I was so lonely at the time that if someone talked to me without picking on me, it made me genuinely happy. I had a Google Plus account, the only social media that I could access at school, one that I kept hidden from my parents. I'd use it to check out my favorite fandoms and hopefully use to make some new friends. One day, I was on Google Plus in the computer lab, and I had commented under a piece of fan art of a character I liked. The person who had made the post replied to me not even a minute later. I remember getting excited seeing that notification, my heart swelling up with good feelings. The two of us spent the next 10 minutes of my class talking to each other in the comment section. We ended up replying so much that we flooded a good portion of the comments with our own talk. After I had to change classes, I logged back in on one of the Chromebooks we had stored in the back of the class and saw that she had actually messaged me back. Her name was Haley. At least, that was what she told me her name was. Years later, I'm not sure that was actually her name. In the message I got, Haley told me she was 2 years older than me and that we had a lot of things in common. I spent the rest of the school day on my phone, not giving a damn about anything in my classes. We talked for the next week in our DMs until she suggested that we message each other in a private chat room. Later that day, we made a private chat on an online messaging site, and in our first conversation, we typed out all our replies to each other. But then Haley asked if we could also do a voice call. I told her I wasn't sure, but she told me it would be better to hold a conversation. And eventually she asked me multiple times, so I gave in. After about an hour of us talking, she then suggested that we video chat. I agreed, both to make sure she was actually my age, but also to put a name to a face. Haley turned on her camera, and she did look to be roughly in the same age range as me. I don't know why, but that fact is kind of what scares me now. The fact that she looked so close to my age, plus that she easily smiled and spoke so friendly to me, made me feel that I had nothing to be afraid of. So that led me to quickly believe that I could trust her. We ended up speaking for hours after, with me practically on cloud 9 the entire time. In the beginning of our little friendship, things went all right. We told each other about our schools, what we liked, and gushed over our favorite anime series. We talked almost every day and stayed up late talking nearly all night. We even exchanged a couple of silly pictures of ourselves and memes back and forth a lot. After we'd been talking for about 6 months, Haley asked me if I would like to meet her friends. At first, I was ecstatic, and the thought of having more friends made me so excited that I didn't think twice before saying yes. Haley invites me into a separate chat room, and I got to meet some of her other friends. I had a completely different feeling about these people compared to what I felt with Haley. Something made me feel unsafe there, even though they all seemed nice, and that Haley reassured me I could trust them. It felt like my instincts were trying to warn me, but I wasn't sure about what. So I just pushed that feeling down and ignored it. Most of them were much older than me. In a chat with her main friends, there were 6 other people. Most of them were 18 or 19, but there were 2 guys that I distinctly remember being in their 20s. I asked how they had all met, and they told me they all met either on other social media sites or in real life. But they wouldn't answer any more of my questions. Obviously, I was a bit naive, so all of the red flags that were popping up went completely over my head. From constant loud talking to frequently overlapping each other. The calls that I was on with them were pure chaos. The messages were even worse, because they would frequently drop cuss words and topics that shouldn't be brought up with someone who is still a minor. I tried building genuine connections with them, but they all acted dismissive to me and acted like I was annoying whenever I tried to speak in a conversation. Needless to say, I didn't like them very much. Haley, on the other hand, was all about them. She would pull the exact same habits, jokes, dirty words, and all of that with the others. They could say something super problematic, but she would be laughing right along with them. I was shocked by this version of Haley because she never acted like this with me when it was just the two of us. We still talked a bunch, but slowly, she was talking to her other friends more than she was with me. At first, I thought it was fine, but the more that she ignored my messages or didn't pick up my calls, the more bothered I found myself. When I called to confront Haley about blowing me off, she went absolutely ballistic on me, saying that I was being selfish and that I didn't want her to talk to her other friends because I was just jealous. I explained that that wasn't true, but she wouldn't listen, and she then hung up on me. Haley then ghosted me for nearly a month, leaving me both worried and upset over what had happened. When she started talking to me again, I was so emotionally distraught that I cried on our first call, and I apologized for the whole thing. She told me it was fine. She just needed some time alone, and that she would talk to me a bit more in a little while. And indeed she did, although it wasn't about what I thought it would be about. Haley began to tell me that she had depression, and that was the reason she wouldn't talk to me for a month. I didn't judge her for it. I just said whatever she needed to talk about, she could come to me with it. This led to her trauma dumping on me nearly every single day, talking about how shitty her home life was, and how bad her relationship was with her mom, how much she hated herself. I was there to offer an ear and some kind words whenever Haley called or messaged me about it. This quickly became part of our routine, almost daily in fact. In the middle of us having any kind of conversation, she'd begin complaining about anything that had happened during her day. If not that, it would be about how ugly she thought she was, or how much her life sucked, and how much she wanted to end things. The last one freaked me out the most. I was worried about her because we lived in different states, and I couldn't help her in person. Every time she would become self-deprecating, I would say otherwise, giving her compliments and words of affirmation for so long that my throat ached and felt raw. And then, just as fast as she'd bring it up, she'd drop that conversation and we'd talk like we would before. Haley also began calling for long periods of time and messaging me late into the night. Phone calls would stretch for hours, and her texts would come in until 4 or 5 in the morning. The thing was, it was mainly her talking now. Every phone call, she'd take over the conversation. If I didn't message her back quickly enough, she'd spam multiple texts back to back faster than I could read them. I would try to end them myself, but every time I would try, Haley would chastise me for wanting to leave our conversation when, not long ago, I wanted to have her attention all to myself. She basically guilt-tripped me back into talking to her, and it worked every time. Even if I had lost interest in our talks or didn't want her to message me during class, I would still let her talk and reply. At least I still had her attention, and she still wanted to talk to me. This all went on in a cycle for 2 years, and it left me feeling more anxious and exhausted than anything else ever did. It felt like we had nothing in common anymore, and she either ghosts me for a week or spends the entire weekend texting me nonstop. The topics of her self-worth had gotten worse. They escalated to her messaging me goodbye or I can't live like this anymore, without responding to any of my following messages or calls. Alongside that, she would send me pictures of her marking herself, telling me about how it felt to do it. The sight of those messages would send me into panic attacks, and every time I would freak and message her after, I would be sent into tears. Not only that, the group chat with her other friends only got worse. Arguments broke out frequently. Drama and gossip spread like an oil spill, and it led to people being blocked or unblocked almost every few days. I hated talking to them. They began ganging up on me in messages, and Haley was often the first one to make rude jokes about me that they would all laugh at. I began to get sick of it and would stop messaging and calling both Haley and her friends, despite her begging me to. One late night, while the group was in an argument over text, I hit my breaking point. I was tired of all the drama and them treating me like all the time. So I messaged the group chat that I had had enough of them, and then I privately messaged Haley that I needed a break. I then left both chat rooms, blocked everyone involved, deleted my messaging account, and deleted the site from my computer's history. Once it was all over, I felt like I'd been freed from some kind of prison, and all I could do was cry in relief over the whole thing being over. I later found out that all the pictures Haley had sent me were stock images and photoshopped. I also found out from a bit of digging through her background, a lot of the things she said didn't add up. I learned that she was actually a lot older than what she had originally told me, meaning that when we first met, I was 14 and she was somewhere in her 20s. Many things from our interactions still freak me out to this day, especially the picture of her marks and her scathing, self-deprecating messages. For almost 3 months, I would have nightmares about Haley getting back in contact with me and what she would say or do to me. I have many better friends now, and I'm absolutely certain that I will never hear from Haley again. But sometimes I still wonder who that woman really was. What was it about me that interested her? Although hopefully, I won't ever find out. And to Haley, if you somehow ever find this post, don't reach out. I now know just how much of a weirdo you are, that you obviously got some sort of kick out of gaslighting and abusing a teenager, and that if you're still clicking away on keyboards from a dark basement, you probably haven't changed one bit. I was in college when this happened, just a regular evening during winter break. I was on my way back to campus, somewhere between 6 and 7 p.m. I remember that because it was already dark out. I didn't happen to realize that my car was running on E until it was too late. When I heard my car start to sputter, I knew then that I didn't have much of a choice. I just had to coast off the main street and let my car roll as far as it could. It finally came to a stop in front of a random house in the neighborhood. It was quiet and dark. Sitting in my car, I racked my brain for all my options. Winter break meant most people had gone home, and I couldn't think of anyone I knew with a car still on campus. Resigned, I figured I'd have to hoof it to the nearest gas station, fill up the small gas can in my trunk, and walk back. Grabbing the canister, I leaned against the front of my car and pulled out my phone to check for directions to the nearest gas station. That's when a car pulled into the driveway of the house that I'd stopped in front of. The driver was a young woman around my age, dressed in a server's uniform, probably from a fast food job. She noticed me immediately, and I couldn't really blame her. I was parked right outside of her house with a gas can in hand. She got out of her car and took a few steps towards me. It was clear that she was cautious, but still curious. She asked me if I needed any help. I explained my situation honestly. Yeah, I ran out of gas, and it looks like the nearest Chevron is kind of far off. I was just about to start walking when you pulled up. Hey, I'd hate to inconvenience you, but do you think you could help me out? Her expression changed almost instantly. Her face paled, her eyes wide like she'd just seen something that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was just because I was some random guy parked outside of her home at night. Her being cautious made all the sense in the world to me. But there was something more, something that seems like it struck her a bit deeper. I did my best to ease her concern, assuring her, I've got the gas can, and I don't need to ride with you or anything. I can even pay for the gas. She stood there for a moment, staring at me like she was piecing together a puzzle that she didn't like. Then, with a nod, she took the can, refusing to let me pay her, and headed off to the gas station without saying much else to me. I waited by my car, feeling more than a little bit awkward, but still grateful. When she returned a short while later, she handed me the filled canister but didn't leave right away. She lingered, clearly debating whether or not to speak, when finally she broke the silence. "Do you want to hear something weird?" she asked, her voice both tentative and serious. "Of course I do," I said. She hesitated for another moment, then continued. "Today at work, I got this prank call, but it wasn't like a normal prank call. The guy on the other end of the phone just kept asking me the same thing over and over again. Have you ever run out of gas?" We both froze for a moment, and then, not knowing what else to do, chuckled nervously. It was the kind of laugh that masks unease, the kind that acknowledges something creepy, but refuses to stay on the topic. All I could get out was, "Thanks again." She nodded and headed off into her home. I drove away, but the interaction stayed with me, playing over and over in my mind. Like, what were the odds? A random house, a random night, and a random encounter tied together by this bizarre prank call. Even now, I get goosebumps thinking about it. Was it just an eerie coincidence? Or was there something more to it? I'll never know, but it's a moment that remains as unsettling as it is unforgettable to me. Monsters really do exist in this world. While they may not reside in closets or beneath beds, they are indeed out there. Sometimes in the shadows, but oftentimes right in front of our faces. It turns out that the best disguise is not needing a disguise at all. Such was the case with Anatoly Slivko, a horrifying example of a man who used trust and cunning to victimize several young boys in a truly ghastly way. On the surface, Anatoly was a model citizen, a beloved Boy Scout leader in the quiet Soviet Union town of Isperbosh. But behind closed doors, he was a predator whose depravity knew no bounds. To understand how a man like Slivko came to commit his horrifying crimes, we can trace that back to a single moment in 1959. That year, with Anatoly being just 21 years old, he witnessed something that would change him forever. Slivko was walking down the street when he saw a school-aged young boy get hit by a speeding car. The boy's lifeless body lay crumpled on the pavement, his school uniform soaked in blood. Most people would have been horrified, traumatized even. But for Slivko, the scene stirred something dark and unexplainable within him. He would later describe the feeling as a rush of excitement, a twisted mix of both fascination and arousal. That single moment planted a seed in his mind, one that would grow into a deadly obsession. He became fixated on the idea of recreating that scene, of bringing back the rush that he had felt that day. And so, over the next 2 decades, Slivko would carefully build the perfect cover to live out his dark desires. Becoming a Boy Scout leader wasn't just a hobby for Anatoly. It was the perfect disguise. He organized hikes, camping trips, and outdoor adventures that earned him the trust of parents and the admiration of his community. Parents saw him as a role model, someone who genuinely cared about shaping young minds and building character. But behind the friendly smile and outward kindness, Slivko was carefully selecting his victims. He sought out boys who reminded him of the child from that accident long ago. Slivko didn't just abduct his victims. He would lure them with promises of adventure. He told them they could star in what he called educational films about survival skills, offering them the chance to be heroes on camera. Once he had gained their trust, he brought them to secluded areas under the guise of filming these projects. Once alone, Slivko's true nature would emerge. He'd convince the boys to participate in a game, asking them to wear their scout uniform, similar to the boy from the accident. Then he'd instruct them to loop a noose around their necks, claiming that it was all part of the survival training. At first, the boys complied, unaware of the danger. But that's when Slivko's sinister plan would unfold. He would strangle them to the point of unconsciousness, watching intently as they slipped away. For him, this was the ultimate recreation of the accident, a time where life was simply hanging by a thread. For some boys, that's where the nightmare ended. They woke up groggy and confused, but Anatoly let them go, telling them the game was over. But for 7 of his victims, there was no waking up. Slivko would go on to strangle them to death, but his obsession didn't stop with their murders. He treated their bodies as if they were props, carefully positioning them and taking photographs to capture the scene. You see, for Anatoly, it wasn't enough to relive the accident. He wanted to immortalize it. In order to avoid detection, Slivko meticulously dismembered the bodies and burned the remains in various isolated areas. He would scatter the ashes, ensuring no trace of his crimes could be easily found. The care with which he disposed of his victims only added to the monstrous nature of his acts. His desire to recreate that single moment of trauma had turned into a deadly ritual for him. For over 20 years, Slivko operated without suspicion. His position as a scout leader gave him the perfect cover, and no one thought to question the occasional disappearance of a boy here or there. But in 1985, his carefully constructed house of cards began to slip. One of the boys in his troop went missing, and the investigators began to dig deeper. Slivko's name surfaced repeatedly during questioning, and that's when suspicions grew. Authorities ultimately searched his home, and they uncovered a mountain of horrifying evidence. Photographs and videos of unconscious boys, carefully cataloged and stored. The videos were the final nail in the coffin. They revealed Slivko's twisted obsession in chilling detail, showing how he reenacted the fatal accident over and over again. One investigator of the case was quoted as saying, "It was like stepping into the mind of a monster." Slivko was arrested, and during interrogations, he confessed to everything with a disturbing detachment. He spoke openly about his crimes, describing them in cold, clinical detail, as if recounting boring daily activities. He showed no remorse, explaining only that he had been compelled by the memory of that long-ago accident. His lack of emotion stunned even the most seasoned of officers. He admitted to the murders of 7 boys, but also confessed to his twisted games with many, many others, leaving authorities to wonder just how many lives he had truly affected. In court, Slivko's calm demeanor didn't falter. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and the details of his crimes shocked the nation. He was convicted of murder, sexual assault, and the desecration of human remains. His sentence was clear: death. In 1989, at the age of 51, Anatoly Slivko was executed by firing squad. For the families of his victims, his death brought some measure of closure, but the scars of his actions, those would remain forever. As we said to start, monsters do exist out there, and Anatoly Slivko's case goes to show that the most dangerous monsters aren't always the ones lurking in the shadows. Sometimes they're the ones we trust the most, the ones we let into our lives without a second thought. For over 20 years, Anatoly Slivko walked among his people, his crimes hidden behind the mask of a caring scout leader. Only his downfall revealed the true depths of his depravity, highlighting that even the most unassuming figures can carry an unspeakable darkness within them, and showing that sometimes the person you least suspect is the one you should fear the most. Now, it's important to say that not all monsters are born that way. Some are shaped by the cruel hands of life. Abuse, trauma, and a descent into madness can twist a person into something unrecognizable. This truth is both unsettling and terrifying because it suggests that the unthinkable lies dormant within more people than we care to imagine. Leonarda Cianciulli, known as the soapmaker of Correggio, is a haunting example of this. She wasn't always a killer. She was a mother, a neighbor, and even a friend. But years of loss, superstition, and a crippling fear of fate molded her into one of the most macabre murderers in modern history. Leonarda Cianciulli was born in 1894 in the small Italian town of Montella. From the start, her life was steeped in misfortune. Her mother never wanted her, and Leonarda grew up in a household filled with neglect and verbal abuse. This rocky start shaped her belief that her life was cursed, a belief reinforced by a visit to a fortune teller in her early adulthood. The fortune teller's prophecy foretold a life of suffering. She told Leonarda that she would marry and have children, but that all her children would die young. These words bred the paranoia that would later drive Leonarda to commit her crimes. In her early adult years, Leonarda married Raphael Pansardi, defying her mother's wishes, and in response to this, her mother reportedly cursed their union. The young couple struggled financially, moving frequently to make ends meet, and Leonarda's superstitions deepened with each hardship. Her most devastating burden came in the form of loss. Out of 17 pregnancies, 10 of Leonarda's children died in infancy or early childhood. This unimaginable pain made her remaining children her entire world, especially her eldest son, Giuseppe. When he announced plans to enlist in the Italian army during World War II, Leonarda's fears of the curse reached a fever pitch. She became convinced that the only way to protect her son from death was through human sacrifice. Leonarda's first victim was Faustina Setti, a lonely woman desperate for companionship. Faustina believed Leonarda could help her find a husband, as she'd promised to connect her with a suitable match. Leonarda instructed Faustina to write letters to her family, explaining she was leaving town to meet her fiancé. When Faustina arrived at Leonarda's home to finalize her travel plans, she was given a glass of wine, laced with poison. Once Faustina was unconscious, Leonarda struck her with an axe, dismembered her body, and boiled her remains in a large pot. She would go on to later recount, "I threw the pieces of her into a pot, added 7 kilos of caustic soda, and stirred until it all dissolved into a thick, dark mush." Leonarda then used the fatty residue from Faustina's remains to make soap, which she gave to neighbors and friends. She would also use her blood to bake tea cakes, which she then served to visitors. Leonarda's second victim was Francesca Salvi, a school teacher looking for employment. Leonarda had promised to secure her a job at a prestigious girls' school in another city. Just as with Faustina, Leonarda convinced Francesca to write letters to her family explaining her departure. When Francesca came to say goodbye, she met the same fate: poisoned, dismembered, and boiled. Her remains were also repurposed into soap and sweets. Leonarda's third and final victim was Virginia Cacioppo, a former opera singer who had fallen on hard times. Leonarda lured Virginia with the promise of a lucrative job, working for a wealthy impresario. Virginia's murder was carried out with the same methodical precision as the others, but Leonarda later admitted that Virginia's body produced the finest soap. Her flesh was fat and white. When it had melted, I added a bottle of cologne, and after a long boil, I was able to make some most acceptable creamy soap. Virginia's blood was again used to bake tea cakes, which Leonarda claimed were a delightful treat. Leonarda might have continued her gruesome rituals had it not been for Virginia's suspicious disappearance. Virginia had informed her sister of her plans to visit Leonarda's home, and when she didn't return, her sister reported her missing. Police investigated, and it didn't take long for their search to lead them to Leonarda. In her home, investigators found personal belongings to all of her victims, and when under pressure, Leonarda eventually confessed to everything. She detailed her murders with a stunning indifference, describing her process as if it were just a household chore. Leonarda's trial in 1946 captivated Italy. Her calm demeanor and matter-of-fact recounting of her crimes horrified the public. She showed no regret, claiming her actions were driven by a mother's desperate love for her son. She was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to 30 years in prison and 3 years in a criminal asylum. This sentencing eerily fulfilled another part of the fortune teller's prophecy, that Leonarda would end her days behind bars. And that she did. During her time locked up, she reportedly enjoyed baking and crafting. Fellow inmates feared her, and guards were wary of her calm yet unsettling demeanor. Leonarda passed away in 1970 of a cerebral hemorrhage while within the women's asylum. Leonarda Cianciulli's story continues to haunt those who hear it. She was a woman driven to unimaginable lengths by a combination of personal tragedy, superstition, and a warped sense of love. Her soaps and cakes, created from the contributions of her victims, are grotesque symbols of just how far she was willing to go in order to ward off a curse that she believed held her family in its grip. It's horrifying to know that those who claim to act out of love are capable of the most unspeakable acts to another person. When we hear the word monster, we likely think of soulless beings who inflict pain and terror without any remorse. But not all monsters fit that mold. Some follow a code, believing their actions are justified, even righteous. Pedro Rodriguez Filo, better known as Pedrino Matador, or Little Peter the Killer, was one such figure. To him, murder wasn't about pleasure or chaos. It was justice. His victims were chosen with meticulous intent. Criminals, abusers, and those he deemed worse than himself. Pedro's life is a brutal tapestry of violence, tragedy, and a distorted sense of morality. From a harrowing childhood to a life spent killing in the name of cleansing society, his story blurs the line between villain and vigilante. Pedro's life began with violence, quite literally actually. Born in 1954 in Santa Rita do Supocaí, Brazil, he came into the world with a deformed skull. This was the result of a vicious kick that his father delivered to his pregnant mother during one of his frequent fits of rage. But the abuse didn't stop there. Pedro's childhood was shaped by his father's brutality, directed at both him and his mother. And at just 13 years old, Pedro witnessed his father commit an unthinkable act, murdering his mother with a machete. That moment shattered whatever innocence Pedro had left and ignited a lifelong desire for revenge. Pedro's first murder came at the age of 14. Fueled by rage and a twisted sense of justice, he killed the deputy mayor of his hometown. The man had fired Pedro's father from his job at a school over accusations of theft, a move that Pedro saw as wholly unjust. Not long after this, Pedro killed another man, believing him to be the actual thief. These murders marked the beginning of Pedro's vigilante mission. He wasn't just a killer, he was an executioner, meting out punishment to all those that he believed deserved it. Unlike most serial killers, Pedro operated under a strict moral code. He targeted rapists, drug dealers, and murderers, people he believed preyed on the weak and innocent. His actions were calculated and deliberate, and he insisted that his killings were acts of justice rather than senseless violence. Pedro's reputation as a vigilante killer grew quickly in his country. In his mind, he wasn't a monster. He was a necessary evil, someone willing to do what others couldn't to rid society of its filth. He even once claimed, "I killed for revenge. I killed for justice." Pedro was arrested at the age of 19 in 1973. But being sent to prison didn't stop his killing spree. Inside, he continued his mission of justice, murdering at least 47 fellow inmates. His victims, often child abusers and rapists, were men that Pedro believed deserved to die. Despite Brazil's legal cap of 30 years for prison sentences, Pedro's continued violence behind bars earned him several more years to his sentencing. His notoriety only grew with the tales of his prison killings spreading like wildfire. Pedro's most infamous act of vengeance while within prison was actually doled out to one of his own family members. You see, Pedro and his father were both serving time in the same Brazilian prison. While serving time away from one another, Pedro used his charisma and cunning to arrange a meeting with his father. In fact, I actually struggle to call it a meeting. It was more a confrontation. Pedro used this visit as an opportunity to exact revenge and to avenge the killing of his mother. Once within arm's length of his father and without hesitation, Pedro stabbed his dad 22 times, ensuring that that man would never leave his cell again. But Pedro's revenge didn't stop there. In one final act of symbolic justice, Pedro cut out a piece of his father's heart. He chewed upon it and then spat it out on his now deceased dad. The sheer viciousness with which this hit was executed says more about Pedro's brand of justice than any documentary or even a dramatized movie ever could. In 2007, after 34 long years, Pedro was released from prison, sparking outrage among those who believed he was too dangerous to walk free. Yet, instead of retreating into anonymity, Pedro stepped right into the limelight, reinventing himself as a YouTube personality. His channel became a bizarre phenomenon, attracting millions of views and a loyal subscriber base. Pedro shared stories of his crimes, offering his own personal insights into his life and the code that he lived life by. His videos were equal parts horrifying and captivating, drawing audiences who couldn't look away from the dark appeal of the man behind the killings. But for Pedro, freedom was fleeting. In 2011, he was rearrested on charges of inciting violence and false imprisonment. He was sentenced to an additional 8 years, time that he served quietly without any issue, likely as a means to regain his freedom as quickly as possible and not languish even longer behind bars by adding even more retribution to his rap sheet. Upon his second release in 2018, Pedro again tried to rebuild his life, continuing to share his story with a public both fascinated and horrified by his past. However, Pedro's violent history caught up with him. On March 5th, 2023, Pedro Rodrigues Filho was gunned down by 2 unknown assailants in broad daylight in Mogi das Cruzes, Sao Paulo. The attack was sudden and brutal, leaving him virtually no chance to defend himself. The circumstances of Pedro's death remain a mystery. The killers fled the scene, and to this day, no suspects have ever been identified or apprehended. Whether Pedro's murder was an act of revenge, a professional hit, or something more personal, we're likely to never know. Pedro Rodrigues Filho lived and died by the sword, his life a relentless cycle of violence. For some, his actions were those of a monster, but for others, he was a twisted anti-hero who enforced his own brand of justice. In the end, his life was as bloody and brutal as the stories he told, and whether he met a fitting end or was yet another victim of a violent world, well, that's for you to decide. I want you to think back to your first job. For many of us, it was at a grocery store. There's a certain amount of comfort that comes in the monotony of it, knowing your coworkers, memorizing the aisles, and feeling at home in your little corner of the world. But as welcoming as those fluorescent lit spaces may be, nobody imagined spending their final hours there. Yet that's exactly what happened to 25-year-old Larry Murillo Moncada. Larry's story is haunting. His death was the stuff of nightmares, and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance fit that same bill. Larry Murillo Moncada lived in Council Bluffs, Iowa with his parents. By 2009, he worked at a no-frills supermarket, which was a short 10-minute drive from his parents' driveway. Though he was diligent and hardworking, Larry struggled with mental health issues, battling both depression and anxiety. He sought treatment and tried to manage his condition as best as he could, but it was clear that every day was an uphill battle for him. On Thanksgiving night in 2009, things took a troubling turn. After returning home from work, Larry's behavior alarmed his mother, Anna. He seemed disoriented and confused, acting in ways that were unlike him. Concerned, she took him to the doctor, who prescribed new medication for his anxiety. But the medication didn't help. In fact, it only seemed to make things worse. Larry began hearing voices, hallucinating, and spiraling into a deep-seated paranoia. By the next day, he told his mother that the voices were demanding he eat sugar in order to slow his racing heart. He tried this, desperate for relief, but it didn't work. The situation only escalated when Larry became convinced that someone or something was chasing him. Despite Anna's best attempts to calm him, Larry's fear consumed him. And on November 28, 2009, just after 6 p.m., he bolted from the house, wearing only jeans and a t-shirt. It was winter in Iowa, and a blizzard raged outside, but Larry didn't grab shoes, a jacket, or even his wallet. He disappeared into the cold, terrified and alone. Larry's family immediately called the authorities to report him missing. They reached out to friends and relatives, but no one had seen him. Anna had a gut feeling that Larry might have gone to his workplace. He had keys to the building and could have easily let himself in for shelter. Police searched the store, though, and there was no sign of Larry. It was as if he had burst out of his parents' front door and evaporated into the night. Over the following days, his family distributed missing person flyers, and local news stations ran segments pleading for any information. But after weeks of this, no trace of Larry was found. It wasn't just the lack of clues that baffled everyone. It was the impossibility of the situation. Larry didn't have access to his car, money, or even basic necessities. So how far could he have gone? Despite the mounting hopelessness, Anna couldn't shake the feeling that Larry had somehow ended up in the no-frills supermarket. She was nearly certain he was there, but without any evidence, her intuition was dismissed by authorities. In 2016, the store permanently closed its doors, leaving Anna's theory even less likely to be explored. By then, Larry's disappearance had faded from attention, reduced to an unsolved mystery gathering dust in a police file cabinet. When in 2019, the now closed no-frills supermarket underwent renovations. Workers were tasked with clearing out the building, including removing furniture and dismantling heavy equipment, like the coolers. As they moved the massive machines, they uncovered something shocking. A decaying body wedged in the narrow 18-inch gap between a cooler and the wall. It was clear that the body had been there for years, unnoticed, as the store carried about its operations just feet away. Workers called the police, who quickly realized that the body might belong to Larry. Authorities pieced together a theory of Larry's final moments. Fleeing into the blizzard, both disoriented and terrified, he found his way to the supermarket where he worked. With the store closed and the world outside freezing, Larry likely saw the empty building as a refuge from the storm. Like many of his coworkers, Larry likely climbed atop the coolers. This was a common practice among employees. The space above the coolers provided a quiet hideaway from the bustling store floor. It seems as if tragedy struck from there, when Larry accidentally slipped and fell into the narrow gap between the heavy cooler and the concrete wall behind it. The gap measured just 18 inches, barely enough space for a grown man to fit, and Larry fell headfirst into this crevice. Trapped upside down, his body folded in on itself, with his legs pressed awkwardly against the cooler. He was immobilized in a position that made it nearly impossible to turn, shift, or maneuver out of it. The horror of the situation is hard to even contemplate. Larry was alive when he fell. He would have quickly realized the gravity of his predicament, unable to free himself no matter how much he struggled. His cries for help, if there were any, would have been swallowed by the incessant hum and vibrations of the industrial coolers, machines loud enough to mask even the most desperate of screams. It's heartbreaking to imagine just how close rescue was. Larry's coworkers would have arrived in just a few hours to begin the next morning's shift. They would have been mere feet away, stocking shelves and prepping the store for customers. Yet none of them would have had any inkling that their colleague was trapped behind the wall of coolers, fighting for his life. This cruel twist, help being so near yet completely out of reach, is what makes Larry's death so tragic. The thought of him stuck in that dark, suffocating space, aware that people were just beyond the wall, but unable to reach or hear him, is harrowing. What's just as gut-wrenching is the timeline. If Larry died from suffocation, it's possible he was only trapped for a few hours. But if dehydration or starvation were the cause, he could have languished there for days, conscious of his predicament, but utterly powerless to escape it. The weight of this tragedy is almost too much to bear. His family, his friends, and even his coworkers likely struggle to reconcile how this could have happened right under their noses. Larry was so close to rescue, but fate had other plans, sealing him in one of the most isolating and terrifying deaths imaginable. Larry's death, ruled an accident, left a lasting impact on his family. His father, Victor, expressed the unbearable pain of learning just how his son spent his final moments. "Our heads are spinning," he said. "It makes us feel a lot of pain." While the family had answers, this resolution offered little comfort. The thought of Larry trapped in that store so close, yet so far from assistance, is a nightmare that no parent should have to endure. Larry Murillo Moncada's story lingers on the mind, not just due to its tragic nature, but due to the fact that help was so painfully close, yet unreachable. Life can shift in an instant, leaving questions that will never fully be answered. His family has closure, but the weight of what happened is likely never to fade. All that's left is to reflect on a life cut short and the eerie silence that kept him hidden for so long. For many, flying is routine, whether for vacation, work, or in the case of this story, a rugby match. But what if something were to go terribly wrong? What if the plane you boarded with friends and loved ones became a capsule of unimaginable tragedy? Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571 began as a hopeful journey but turned into a nightmare that nearly defies belief. From a harrowing crash to desperate acts of survival, this is a story that goes to show both the frailty and the resilience of the human spirit. On October 12, 1972, the Old Christians Club, an amateur rugby team from Uruguay, boarded Flight 571. Excitement buzzed in the air. The players, their friends, and family members, 40 passengers in all, were on their way to Santiago, Chile for a match. To make the trip more affordable for all, the team invited loved ones to join, splitting the cost of chartering this specific plane. However, bad weather over the Andes Mountains forced the pilot to land in Mendoza, Argentina overnight. The storm eventually cleared out the next day, and the group was able to continue their journey at 2 p.m. The Fairchild FH-227D aircraft, nicknamed the Lead Sled by the crew due to its underpowered engines, was not built to handle high altitudes. This limitation meant that flying directly over the Andes was a risky endeavor. The pilots of the flight, Colonel Julio Cesar Ferrada and Lieutenant Colonel Dante Hector Lagurara opted for a U-shaped route through the Planchon Pass, where the mountains weren't as high. But this well-devised plan would be in vain. Around an hour into the flight, co-pilot Lagurara contacted air traffic control, believing they had crossed the Andes and were nearing their destination. In truth, cloud cover obscured their location, and they were still deep in the mountains. Air traffic control granted permission to descend, unaware that the plane was dangerously off course. As the plane descended, the towering Andes came into view. Initially, passengers joked about the turbulence, unaware that the aircraft was hurtling toward disaster. The pilots realized the danger far too late. Despite their best efforts to ascend, the plane clipped a mountain ridge. The impact ripped off the tail, flinging 3 passengers and 2 crew members out into the freezing air. Next, the right wing struck another peak, further destabilizing the aircraft, and more passengers were thrown from the gaping hole. By the time the fuselage crash-landed on a snow-covered slope, only a shell of the plane remained. The aircraft had come to a violent halt after sliding over 2,300 feet down the mountain, its cockpit crushed upon impact. 12 of the 45 people on board died instantly, including the pilots. Those who survived were battered, bruised, and dazed, stranded in the unforgiving Andes Mountains at an altitude of over 11,000 feet. The cold was merciless. The survivors scavenged what little food they could from the wreckage. This consisted of cheese, wine, and chocolate. The meager rations wouldn't last long. The fuselage itself provided minimal shelter, and many people were badly injured, with broken limbs and deep lacerations. Those that survived displayed remarkable ingenuity. They crafted makeshift snowshoes from seat cushions and used scraps of metal to create a solar-powered water collector. But the challenges were immense. Harsh conditions only led to more deaths, and within days, their minimal food supply ran out. Desperate and starving, the group faced an unthinkable decision: to eat the flesh of their deceased friends and family. They prayed for guidance, seeking permission to survive the only way that they could. The first cut of meat was made with a shard of glass from the windshield of the aircraft. This was a grim act of necessity, not choice. On October 29th, 16 days after the crash, an avalanche struck the fuselage, burying what remained of their fragile shelter. With this, 8 more lives were lost. The remaining survivors dug themselves out, determined not to succumb to despair. But by now, they knew that help wasn't coming. On day 11, they had heard via a makeshift radio that the search had been called off, that all passengers on this plane were presumed dead. Realizing that it was now on them to save themselves, 3 of the fittest survivors, Nando Parado, Roberto Canessa, and Antonio Vicentin, set out to find help. They trekked through treacherous conditions, scaling peaks and navigating snowfields, driven by sheer willpower. Antonio was eventually forced to turn back due to illness, but Nando and Roberto pressed on. After 10 grueling days, they encountered a group of herdsmen near a river. Though the roaring waters between them made verbal communication impossible, the 2 wrapped a note around a rock and hurled it across. The note was a simple plea for help. The herdsmen received this message and pledged to come back the next day with help. Authorities were notified. A rescue mission was launched after the herdsmen held up their end of the bargain. And sure enough, they did. Authorities were notified, and a rescue mission was launched. On December 22nd, 1972, after more than 70 excruciating days in the Andes, the remaining survivors of Flight 571 were finally rescued. Helicopters reached the crash site, guided by the herdsmen who had encountered Nando and Roberto. The pilots and rescuers could barely believe the scene before them. 16 gaunt, frostbitten individuals their bodies absolutely ravaged by the brutal conditions and starvation, but still alive. News of their survival swept across the globe, but the spotlight soon turned to the grim reality of how they had managed to stay alive. The survivors had made the difficult decision to consume the flesh of their deceased companions in order to endure the weeks of starvation. This news sparked media frenzy and a public outrage, with some condemning their actions and others viewing it as a testament to their will to live. The survivors later explained that the decision wasn't made lightly. They had prayed over each body and sought spiritual permission to use their fallen friends as sustenance. It was an act born of necessity, not of malice, and a choice that ultimately allowed 16 lives to continue against nearly impossible odds. After their return to civilization, the survivors faced intense scrutiny, but also admiration for their resilience. They became symbols of human endurance, their story retold in books, documentaries, and the 1993 film Alive. Today, the crash site serves as a place of remembrance, a reminder of this entire ordeal. A simple monument stands at the site, marking the collective grave of those who perished, and honoring the extraordinary survival of those who lived to tell the tale. Though decades have passed, the story of Flight 571 certainly hasn't. It remains one of the most harrowing and inspiring accounts of survival against all odds. Michael Colombini was the kind of boy who could light up any room. At just 6 years old, he had already shown more courage than most people do in a lifetime. Michael was a bright and cheerful kid, growing up in Croton-on-Hudson, New York, surrounded by the love of his family. But life dealt him a heavy blow early on. Michael was diagnosed with a brain tumor. Despite the daunting diagnosis, he faced his treatment head-on, with a bravery that inspired everyone around him. Michael underwent rigorous rounds of medical procedures, each one more intimidating than the last, and yet he smiled through it all, finding joy in the small moments that make childhood special. His parents, Orrin and Lydia, stood by his side every step of the way, cheering him on through the darkest of days. After a grueling battle, Michael's doctors delivered a hopeful message. His tumor was being beaten back. The worst seemed behind him, and for the first time in months, his family could breathe a little easier. But life has a cruel way of snatching away the joy just when it feels within reach. Michael's journey was supposed to continue toward recovery. Instead, it was cut short in a way no one could have ever imagined. On July 27, 2001, Michael had recently undergone successful surgery to remove part of the tumor pressing against his brain. His doctors needed a follow-up MRI to assess his progress, a routine step in what they hoped was his journey towards full recovery. Michael was wheeled into the MRI suite at Westchester Medical Center in Valhalla, New York, for what should have been a straightforward procedure. The MRI machine, which is a powerful diagnostic tool, operates by generating a strong magnetic field in order to image whatever part of your body doctors need to see. This is why MRI rooms have strict safety protocols. Knowledge of these rules are as basic as they are critical, and every staff member involved in an MRI procedure is trained to follow them. But on this day, something went horribly wrong. As the procedure got underway, Michael lay still inside the large, humming machine. His tiny body was covered in blankets to keep him warm in this cold, sterile room. At that moment, an oxygen tank was mistakenly brought into the MRI room, a catastrophic breach of protocol. It's difficult to describe just how powerful an MRI machine's magnetic field is. It's not a gentle pull. It's a force so strong that metal objects become deadly projectiles. The moment the oxygen tank crossed the threshold into the room, it was yanked from the staff member's grip, hurtling toward the machine with incredible speed. That tank struck Michael in the head with devastating force. It was over in an instant. The sheer velocity of the tank left no room for survival. Michael, who had survived brain surgery and fought so valiantly against cancer, had no chance against this mechanical force of nature. In the immediate aftermath, chaos erupted. The staff scrambled to comprehend what had just happened, while Michael's parents, who were waiting nearby, plunged into a nightmare they never could have anticipated. Michael was rushed into emergency care, but his injuries were catastrophic. Within moments, their little boy, who had been on the cusp of a brighter future, was now gone. The Colombini family was left shattered, grappling with the horrifying reality of what had just unfolded. Their boy, who had faced cancer and had come out on the other side, was taken from them in a freak accident that never should have happened. Their grief, compounded by the knowledge that it wasn't illness that had claimed Michael's life, but human error. In the weeks following Michael's death, investigators worked to piece together exactly how such a catastrophic error could have occurred. The MRI room is supposed to be a strictly controlled environment, yet someone had failed to follow the most basic safety protocol. No magnetic materials inside the room. An investigation revealed that the staff had not adequately checked the equipment being brought into the suite. Obviously, the tank should have never been in the room, and its presence proved fatal. While Michael's death was ultimately ruled accidental, it was clear that negligence played a role. This particular tragedy served as a stark warning to medical institutions nationwide, prompting hospitals to reevaluate their procedures and to ensure all staff were adequately trained in MRI safety. Michael Colombini's death became pivotal in this moment of medical safety. His story is now used as a case study in hospitals and training programs to prevent similar tragedies from ever happening again. Michael Colombini was a brave little boy who had endured so much in his short life. He faced a devastating illness and underwent major surgery, only to lose his life to something that was preventable. The very hospital that gave his family hope became the site of their deepest despair. This tragedy shone a light on how a single mistake can lead to unimaginable loss. For Michael, who had fought so hard and overcome so much, the cruel irony of his death is simply too much to bear. Let his story serve not just as a cautionary tale, but as a reflection of the unpredictability of life and the critical importance of careful attention in the moments that truly count. I'm going to go back to 1987 on this one. I was living in Marshfield, Wisconsin, sharing an apartment with a group of roommates. Life was chaotic and exhausting. At 20, I was juggling 2 jobs and barely keeping up with my own responsibilities. My schedule was relentless, and most nights I collapsed into bed as soon as I got home. But on the evening of Sunday, December 6th, I dragged myself home after a long shift. The moment I opened the door, I was hit by a wall of noise, shouting, laughter, and music loud enough to shake the walls. A party was in full swing, and it seemed like half the town was crammed into our tiny apartment. Most of the guests were underage, and the unmistakable smell of spilled beer filled the air. But I was far too tired to care. I grabbed a beer for myself, found a quietish corner, and sat there watching the chaos unfold. I didn't recognize most of the faces in the crowd, and honestly, I didn't care to. That night blurred together in a haze of noise and exhaustion. But by around midnight, the inevitable happened. The cops showed up. The place emptied out almost instantly, like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Within minutes, the apartment was back to quiet, save for a few stragglers grabbing their coats and slipping out the door. Late the next morning, I was still seething about the party. The apartment was a disaster. Empty bottles, crushed cups, and food ground into the carpet. I had errands to run, but I felt a growing resentment toward my roommates for letting things get so out of hand. As I was getting ready to leave, 3 people from the night before knocked on the door. One of them was this guy named Brian. He was tall, a little wiry, with a boyish face that didn't quite match the hard edge in his eyes. With him were 2 girls that I barely remembered from the party. They were chatty, asking if they could come in and hang out for a while. I wasn't in the mood for company though, especially the unsupervised kind, so I told them no. They seemed disappointed, but they didn't argue, leaving without much of a fuss. I locked the door behind them and went about my day, glad to have the apartment back to myself. I didn't think much about that encounter until early Tuesday morning, December the 8th. I was jarred awake by loud, insistent pounding on the door. My heart raced as I stumbled out of bed, still half asleep, because that knock wasn't the type of knock from friends or neighbors. That was a police knock. They told us to get dressed and come with them to the station. My roommates and I were confused, doing our best to try to piece together what could have happened that necessitated us going to the station. The officers didn't say much on the ride, only that they needed to ask us some questions about Sunday night's party. At the station, well, that's where we learned the truth. On the night of the party, Brian, whose full name I later learned was Brian Moeller, had gotten a flat tire on his way over to our apartment, likely during a beer run. While dealing with the flat, he was stopped by the police and busted for underage drinking. He was taken down to the station where his mother came to pick him up. Apparently, she wasn't too fond of having to bail her baby boy out of such a situation. In the early hours of December 7th, Brian and his mother got into a heated argument about his drinking. I don't have all the details of that fight, but at some point, Brian must have snapped. He grabbed a baseball bat and struck her in the head with it, before strangling her until she stopped breathing. Brian would later claim that he didn't mean to kill her, but the brutality of his actions told a different story. The attack was ferocious, the kind of violence that leaves little doubt as to the intent behind it. By the time he realized what he'd done, it was too late. His mother was gone. Hearing this at the station left me with my mouth gaping wide open. My mind immediately flashed back to Monday morning when Brian and those two girls had shown up at my apartment. They stood right in my doorway looking for a place to hang out. I didn't think twice about turning them away, but now I couldn't quite shake the thought of what might have happened if I let them in. It wasn't long after they left my apartment that Brian and the girls were apprehended near Pittsville, Wisconsin, heading west towards the Iowa border. It seems more than likely they were trying to flee the reality of what Brian had done. When I talk about this, I can't stop thinking about how close I came to being entangled in that nightmare. Sitting in the police station, the realization hit me like a freight train. I'd stood face to face with a murderer just hours after he committed one of the most horrific acts imaginable. What gets me the most is how ordinary Brian seemed when he knocked on my door. He wasn't agitated or panicked, just a random college-age guy looking for a place to crash. I'll never forget the way he stood there, casually asking to come in, as if he hadn't just taken someone's life. The girls who were with him didn't seem to know what he'd done. They laughed and joked while I stood there, oblivious to the fact that a man who had just committed matricide was standing right next to them. Now, I've had my fair share of unsettling encounters over the years, but this is the one that lingers in my mind. It's now been decades since December of 1987, but I still think about this. The events that unfolded in the days after the party cast a shadow over what should have just been another chapter of my college years. I think about Brian's mom, about the moment things escalated from an argument to an act of unmitigated violence. And then I think about Brian himself, a guy who seemed so unremarkable on the surface, but carried a darkness with him that I don't think I'll ever fully understand. Most of all, I think about the knock on my door that Monday and the choice I made to send them away. It was a seemingly insignificant decision at the time, but now I see it as one of the most important decisions of my life. Sometimes, the most ordinary of moments can bring us face to face with the extraordinary and the utterly horrifying. When I was a freshman in high school, this girl named Alyssa was my role model. Alyssa was a senior. She was so gorgeous, confident, smart, effortlessly stylish, and always owning the room. Back then, I was way too shy to talk to her. Seniors are already pretty intimidating to freshmen, but Alyssa was next level intimidating because she was such a queen. I didn't expect anyone to see me the way that I saw Alyssa, but I was pleasantly surprised in my senior year. That was the year I started finding cute little notes in my locker. I wasn't expecting that at all, but I really was flattered. The first one said, "You were beautiful in that dress on Friday." The handwriting was neat and simple, with a cute little heart at the end. More notes kept coming in, always during fourth period. I think I got a note every week or two. I know they came during fourth period because I checked my locker before and after every class. They were all really sweet. They'd say things like, "Your smile lights up the hallway. You shine brighter than any star. Your homecoming photos are straight off of a magazine cover. So stunning." There were more notes that I don't quite remember. They weren't romantic or flirty. They looked like things I might have said to Alyssa if we'd ever spoken. I thought maybe they were from a shy underclassman girl. I even had my suspicions. I didn't tell anyone about the notes. I really didn't want my friends turning this into an entire investigation and ultimately embarrassing whoever was leaving them. Whoever was leaving these messages, I thought they meant well. But then in the second semester, my schedule changed. My last class of the day was upstairs near my friend's locker. My friend's last class was near my locker, so we swapped. I forgot all about the notes until my 18th birthday. That morning, my friend handed me a note that she found in her locker, which was my old locker. It said, "Happy birthday, princess." At first, she thought the notes were meant for her, since any of those compliments could fit her too. But when she realized the birthday didn't match up, she put two and two together. Come to think of it, I don't think any of the notes ever said my name on them. I admitted that the notes had been happening all year and explained that I didn't want to make a big deal about it. But then my friends launched their investigation that I had been worried about. All the girls in our friend group became detectives, trying their best to solve this mystery. One friend who didn't have a fourth period class stationed herself by the lockers to surveil the area. That worked. The notes weren't coming from a shy freshman or even from a boy. They were from one of our janitors, an older woman that none of us knew. We all recognized her, but I don't think any of us had ever spoken to her. She'd been leaving these notes for several months, watching me closely enough to comment on my outfits, field hockey games, and even what I had posted on Facebook. I saw her at the last field hockey game of the season. She sat quietly in the stands, and that was the only time that I ever noticed her watching me. But I have no idea how many times or places I didn't notice her watching me. None of us brought this up to her. She hadn't done anything, quote, wrong. But it still feels unnerving in a way that's hard to quite explain. As an adult now, I'd go back and report it to staff and administration. My juvenile brain didn't see it as being wrong, but it certainly wasn't right by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if I was an isolated instance of this behavior, or if this lady did the same thing with other students. It's more than just weird to me now. It's a bit depraved, and makes me feel odd to know that I was ever flattered by these pleasantries. During college, I worked as a tutor during the week, but on weekends, I'd occasionally babysit for family friends. One of the families had two boys, Chris and Kevin. Chris was old enough that he didn't really need a babysitter, but he wasn't old enough to be responsible for his younger brother. That's where I came in. Normally, babysitting for them wasn't a big deal, but that wasn't the case this one Saturday evening. I still think about it years later, and if you were to ask me why I quit babysitting for good, this might be the reason. The parents usually weren't out late. Date nights would wrap up by 10 p.m., maybe even earlier. But that night, they had something special planned and let me know that they wouldn't be back until around 1 a.m. They told me I was welcome to spend the night if I wanted, but I already knew that wouldn't be happening. Their house always kind of gave me the creeps. It was old and isolated, sitting on a property surrounded by dilapidated outbuildings, a silo, sheds, and this massive, looming barn. It looked like the perfect setting for a horror movie. And the house itself? Don't even get me started. Old houses make noises, and my overactive imagination was quick to assign those noises to ghosts. So no, spending the night was out of the question. Things started normally enough. Kevin was being his normal, energetic self, running around and asking me to help him find something in the basement. The basement, of course, was the second creepiest part of the house. The attic obviously won first place. No way I was ever going up there. It was unfinished, with long hallways, random corners, and dim lighting that only made the space more unsettling. Kevin had a collection of costumes he liked to dig through. Knights, soldiers, pirates, that kind of thing. Once, he'd scared the hell out of me by sneaking up in an ultra-realistic soldier costume, complete with a replica musket that looked so real, I almost screamed. So when he asked me to go with him to the basement to look for a specific costume, I reluctantly agreed, not wanting to look like a coward in front of an 8-year-old. The deeper we went, the creepier things got. There were random pieces of junk everywhere. Shadows from the dim light danced on the walls, and I couldn't quite shake the feeling that we were being watched. We were in one of the farthest reaches of the basement, Kevin rummaging through his costumes, when I heard something that made my heart stop. Footsteps right above us. At first, I told myself that it had to be Chris, but then Chris appeared in the doorway behind me, startling me so badly that I nearly jumped out of my skin. The first thing that he said was, "That's not me." The three of us stood there frozen, just listening. There it was again, slow, deliberate footsteps upstairs. My heart raced as I scanned the room, trying to come up with a plan. Well, this is how it ends, I thought. Oddly calm for a brief moment there. But then survival instincts kicked in. I wasn't about to go down without a fight. I looked around for something, anything that could be used as a weapon. The basement wasn't exactly stocked with tools, but then I spotted a crowbar lying there on the floor. No one, not even the kids, seemed to know why it was there, but I didn't care. I grabbed it and told Chris and Kevin to stay close. Then I realized something. The family's golden retriever, Lily, wasn't barking. But Lily barked at everything. Squirrels, the mailman, a gust of wind. Now, with noises coming from upstairs, she was completely silent. That struck me as both unnerving and reassuring. Maybe the noises aren't what they seemed. I rationalized that we were under the porch, not the house itself, and whatever we might have heard could have come from outside. A delivery driver, maybe. I held on to that thought and led the boys back upstairs. When we got there, Lily was knocked out cold, sleeping so deeply that I thought for a horrifying moment that she might be dead. She jolted awake when I touched her, but I couldn't shake that weirdness of how silent she'd been. I checked the porch cautiously, but there was nothing. No package, no sign of a human. Just as I started to relax, Lily perked up and began barking like a maniac. A second later, there was a knock at the door. With the crowbar still in my hand, I went up to the door, peering through the frosted glass. A figure stood there, indistinct but clearly a man. My stomach dropped. "Who is it?" I called out, but not opening the door. "Pizza delivery," came the reply. We hadn't ordered a pizza. The kids didn't have cell phones, and if the parents had ordered one, they would have told me. My grip on the crowbar tightened. "We didn't order a pizza," I said firmly. To my surprise, the man didn't argue. "Oh, sorry, my mistake." Then he just walked off. I watched him through the frosted glass, his silhouette disappearing from the porch. But something felt off. I opened the door just a touch, wanting to get a better look at him. He was now walking away, but two things immediately struck me. He wasn't carrying a pizza box, and there was no car in the driveway. Later that night, after the kids had gone to bed, I sat in the living room gripping the crowbar and trying to stay awake. Around midnight, I heard an owl hooting outside. At least, I thought it was an owl. Something about the sound wasn't quite right. It was too deliberate, too timed, too human. Curiosity eventually got the better of me. I opened the door again, shining the weak beam of my phone's flashlight into the darkness. The hooting continued, and that's when I saw it. A pair of eyes reflecting the light. They were at my height, unblinking, and staring straight at me. I slammed the door, locked it, and barricaded it with a chair. My heart was pounding through my chest as I double-checked every window and door in the house. I sat back on the couch with the crowbar and a kitchen knife, ready for whatever might come next. The parents eventually got home a little bit after 1 a.m. I tried my best to play it cool, but I couldn't help warning them about what had happened. They brushed it off, saying they'd heard strange noises outside a few nights ago, but hadn't thought much of it. I took my money, left the crowbar in the foyer, and got out of there as fast as I could. That was the last time that I ever babysat for them. Even now, years later, I find myself thinking about that night on occasion. The footsteps, the pizza delivery, the fake owl calls. They all felt connected, though I'll never quite know for sure. One thing I am certain of, that wasn't an owl. I never really thought I was the type to share anything like this on Reddit, but I just wanted to give a story that affected me as a child. When I was around 12 or 13, I used to play a lot of video games with my best friend, and we'd often play shooters. As you can imagine, that genre is quite easy to become frustrated with, and at one point, I ended up breaking my PlayStation controller. Since I didn't have a spare and I couldn't continue playing, I told my friend that I had to stop. But his response was that I could come over and borrow his second controller, since he didn't live all that far away, just one short walk. I thought, okay, and I told him that I'd be over soon. So I grabbed my keys and started walking towards his house. It was already dark out, and since it was winter, it was snowing and quite foggy. On that first stretch of walk, I had a strange feeling, like I was being watched. I kept looking around but didn't see anyone. Once I arrived at his place and picked up the controller, I saw through a window that there was a man standing in the middle of the street. I pointed this out to my friend, and we both wondered who it was standing there. I mean, we could tell it was a person, but there was no way for us to make out any details. He was basically just a silhouette. Eventually, we decided to head outside and see if the person needed help or if there was something wrong. We stepped out onto his porch and asked what was going on, but we were met with only silence, no response. The guy just stared at us before turning and walking away. We were both confused by this and told his parents, but they just brushed it off, thinking we were imagining things because, according to them, we played too many video games. After a while, I figured it was time to head home. Since we had played video games together for a while, I had almost forgotten about the strange encounter. But when I was walking back, I got that same eerie sensation of being watched. I saw a few passerbys on the street, but they all seemed normal. Nothing strange about them. But right before I got home, I took a peek behind me one last time. And that's when I saw that guy again. This time, standing behind a tree as he stared right at me. It was at the point where our eyes met that he popped out from behind the tree and started walking towards me. But quickly, that walk became a run. I could tell from his gait that he was likely an older man. My guess would be around 60. But I was surprised at how fast he was able to run. He was shouting something in a language that I didn't understand. And although I couldn't comprehend it, he didn't seem happy. I ran for my life, clutching my keys and trying to unlock my front door as fast as possible. Just as I got inside, I quickly glanced back once more, but he was gone. I rushed up to my room and immediately told my friend about what had happened. He suggested I call the police, which I did. But since my description was lacking, the police took a report over the phone, although they didn't seem to take it too seriously. My parents, however, were visibly shocked, even though nothing really ever came of their outrage either. In my small town, apparently several other people reported similar experiences, saying that someone was watching or following them that night. Despite the reports, no one was ever caught by the police. To this day, no one knows who that man was, whether he was just trying to scare people or if he had something more sinister in mind. Other than everyone agreeing about the fact that he was likely around 60, no one could give any further detailed description. That day, I feared for my life. I've told many friends about this, and I've received mixed reactions about it. Some say that it sounded like a spooky campfire story, while others believed me and were actually just as scared as I was. What surprised me the most was when a few of my friends told me they had experienced the exact same thing. Fair warning, this is a slightly long and slow burn, but 5 years on, I still get creeped out thinking about this encounter and whether it could have ended very differently than it did. This occurred back in 2019, whilst my partner and I were taking a road trip across British Columbia, Canada. We'd rented a car in Vancouver and were just making our way towards Banff, up to Jasper, then back towards Vancouver via Whistler. A little counterclockwise loop. All in all, we traveled about 5 weeks total, sleeping in national park campsites or rest stops along the way. One evening, somewhere along the Crown's Nest Highway, between Paulson and Castlegar, we arrived at a provincial park campground where we intended to stay the night. A nice easy spot next to a lake with a large parking area, many benches, and a wooden shelter, but far from any civilization. There were already a few other people there with motorhomes and caravans, and we were the only ones there with a tent. We arrived before dark, set up our campsite, sharing a few polite greetings with the other campers. There was one guy in particular though, old chap, I would guess to have been late 60s, with a motorhome, who was very friendly and chatty, maybe a little too chatty. He noticed we had our coffee pot with us and mentioned that he had a 5-kilogram bag of coffee beans in his motorhome if we wanted some, though he followed up by saying he didn't even drink coffee because he didn't like the taste. He persisted in offering it to us. All we had to do was go to his motorhome and get the beans. This sounded a little odd to me, so we politely declined. He eventually left our campsite. We got our tent pitched and went to prepare dinner in the on-site shelter. My partner and I shared a few glances to each other. Clearly, neither of us felt particularly comfortable around this guy, but perhaps he was harmless. We kept our eyes open while we were cooking and noticed that he had wandered off towards the lake, presumably going for a walk. While we were eating, we spotted him returning. Trying our best to avoid being seen, we avoided eye contact and delved deeper into our dinner. Unfortunately, he spotted us anyway and wandered over. Despite us being partway through our meal, he began chatting with us. Being the type of people who never want to be rude or offend, we politely returned conversation, nodded, and ate. I don't remember the whole conversation, but a couple of things did stand out to us. He asked questions about our relationship. Were we married? Did we live together? Did we have kids? Did we want kids? Some questions bordered on being a little too personal. It could have been considered innocent coming from a relative or a friend, but coming from this stranger, we felt pronounced uncomfortable undertones to his questioning. He noticed we were drinking water with our meal and asked if we drank Coca-Cola. He mentioned that he had a multi-pack of Coke cans in his motorhome if we wanted some, though once again he said that he didn't drink the stuff himself. He again persisted in inviting us into his motorhome in order to take a couple of cans each. Once again, we declined. At this point, my partner and I were sharing glances. We noticed that we were both feeling total unease around this person and quickly finished up dinner. We made our excuses to get up and leave, realizing he wasn't going to leave us alone. so it would be altogether easier for us to leave him there in the shelter. We cleaned up our cooking stuff, packed everything into our car, and prepared the tent for the night. Whilst doing so, he approached us again on his way back to his motorhome. Once again, inviting us to get some Coke or join him watching TV if we wished to. At this point, all of our polite declinings of his invitations seemed to go over his head, so we were a bit more curt with our response this time. The minimal daylight left was beginning to fade, so we took ourselves down to the lake for a quick walk, brushing our teeth as we walked, rubbish bag in hand to dispose of in the bins at the bottom of the car park. As we got closer to the bins, we noticed a large shadowy figure leaning into one of the bins. Startled by our presence, it jumped down onto all fours and ran off into the tree line. Both my partner and I froze. There was no mistaking it. A large cat-like silhouette with a long, slender tail. We just interrupted a mountain lion foraging through the bins. Thankfully, it was more afraid of us and had made a run for the trees before we had even realized what we had seen. Startled though, we both turned back and fast walked up the hill, agreeing that we would instead sleep in the car that evening, not knowing whether the mountain lion would have been lurking nearby just beyond the trees or not, so we decided not to chance it. We reclined the seats all the way back, locked the doors, and slept until morning, thinking of the close encounter with the mountain lion and having put the creepy old camper to the back of our minds. In the morning, we woke early before anyone else, packed up the tent, and got the hell out of there, heading for whatever town was up next on the map, relieved to have left that entire scenario behind us. We didn't bump into any more wildlife or the creepy old man before we left. Continuing on our journey, we wondered if perhaps we had misread the whole situation with the creepy old guy. But I like to think that our intuition is pretty good, and both of us sensed that there was something off about him. Later that day, I received a call from my brother back home checking up on us, just to make sure we were okay. He'd seen on the news that there was a manhunt underway in BC after a spat of killings that week, and naturally he was concerned for us. It turns out there were 2 guys on the run after murdering 3 people further north, near the Alaska border. The suspects didn't resemble the old guy we met in any way, but it did serve to remind us that you can never tell what a human's intentions are. Thinking back to that experience, we wonder if we overreacted, whether this creepy camper was just some harmless grandpa looking for company and conversation, or perhaps we were fortunate and avoided a much different fate. My advice to anyone out there is, trust your gut if something doesn't feel right. You feel like that for a reason. One Redditor decided to comment on this post, and while I don't share these very often, this particular comment stood out to me more than others. You did not overreact. When your intuition tells you there's something wrong, there's something wrong. Old guy offered you coffee and Coca-Cola, even though he didn't drink either beverage himself. So why did he buy them then? My guess would be to lure people over to his camper. He had intentions, not sure what they were, but he definitely had them. This situation is still ongoing, which doesn't do a lot to quell my tensions. Monday night was just like any other. My girlfriend and I fell asleep in the small, rural house we've been renting, one that's tucked away from the noise and chaos of the city. Our nearest neighbor is about 300 feet away, and the surrounding area is nice and quiet, although sometimes unsettlingly so. That quiet was shattered at 4 a.m. when we were jolted awake by violent, rapid banging on our front door. It wasn't the kind of knock that you can ignore. It was desperate, relentless, and far too aggressive for comfort. We both lay frozen in bed, our ears straining in the darkness, because obviously, this wasn't a neighbor dropping by to borrow some sugar. Before I could get out of bed to grab my pistol, a woman's voice started screaming from the porch. "Open the door! I'm having a seizure! Mom, open the door!" The banging grew louder, as if she were now trying to break the door down. My gut screamed that something was off, so I now held my pistol with my heart pounding in my chest. The voice and the hammering continued, with each knock bouncing through the house like an alarm bell. My girlfriend gave a pretty solid impression of a stone statue, laying there in bed, wide-eyed and silent. Instead of answering the door myself and amplifying the situation, I dialed 911. The dispatcher took my information and let me know that another neighbor had reported a similar disturbance, that officers were already en route. For the next 10 minutes, I stood frozen near the window, watching the shadow of the woman on the porch. She didn't let up, pounding on the metal door with terrifying force, taking a moment to scream sporadically. My mind raced with all sorts of worst-case scenarios. When the police finally arrived, I think I took my first breath in about 5 minutes. 2 officers approached the woman on the porch, and even through the closed door, I could hear her frantic yelling. After a brief exchange, one officer knocked on her door and asked what the woman had been shouting. I explained everything: the seizure claim, the screaming for her mother, and the relentless banging. Once they had spoken to her further, my girlfriend and I cautiously stepped out to inspect the damage. But before we could train our eyes on the door, we see a pair of channel lock pliers lying on our porch. I then look up to examine the door, and that's where I noticed several deep dents in it. The woman hadn't just been banging on it with her fists. She had been using the channel locks like a hammer. I handed the tool to the officers, who took photos of the damage. The dents were everywhere, scattered across the metal door like a rage-filled road map. When I asked the police why she'd been so frantic, they gave me a vague answer, saying if what she said was true, then she had reason to panic. I asked if this woman lived nearby. That's when they pointed to the house next door and told me she had recently moved back in with her parents. Well, after the dust settles and the cops leave, about 5 hours later, there was another knock at the door. This time, it wasn't violent, just a couple of soft raps. I hesitated a bit before opening it, but when I did, I found the same woman standing there. Her appearance itself was unnerving. She looked gaunt, her sickly thin frame barely holding up the oversized hoodie she wore. Her skin was pale, her eyes hollow, and her movements more than a bit jittery. It was clear that she was battling something far more insidious than panic, likely heavy drug use. "I'm sorry if I scared you last night," she said flatly. There was a lot going on. Before I could respond, she added, "I can fix your door. How much do you think it'd cost to paint over?" I stared at her, stunned. "Paint? Lady, this was going to take more than a couple of coats of paint to fix." I explained as much, but she didn't seem to care. "Okay, well, I'll get someone to fix it," she muttered before walking off. It's Thursday evening now. My girlfriend and I can't quite shake the unease that has settled over our house. Every time we leave, the woman's there. She stands halfway out of her front door, motionless, her vacant eyes tracking us as we walk to the car. She's never said a word, just stared. It feels like living under a microscope. Every move scrutinized by someone whose behavior has already proved erratic. We've filed for a protective order, and we're told that the case report would be ready by Monday. But until then, we just kind of have to endure her ominous presence. She hasn't touched our door again, but we also haven't gotten any real sleep since that night. That's at least due in part to the fact that the 3 nights between the incident and now, both my girlfriend and I have seen this woman pacing in front of our house after midnight. And I don't mean going for a late night walk. I mean walking back and forth, almost like she's waiting for something. No knocks or bangs like I said, but her presence 15 feet from our doorway almost feels just as off-putting. Every door to our house is locked, all the windows too. But as we try to wind down to sleep, we kind of just lay in bed restlessly tense as we wait for the morning to come. I'm not a person that does well when lacking sleep, so we've already begun to search for a new place to rent. I like our place, I do, but the neighborly relationships just may not be tenable, especially after her first impressions, both on us and the front door. I work for a prominent company in the tech industry, one where I've spent the last 6 years climbing the ranks. As a senior manager, I've gained a reputation as a no-nonsense professional with a network that pretty much spans the industry. Recently, I was tasked with helping build a new team and conducting interviews for the positions, a last-minute addition to my already jam-packed schedule. When I received the list of candidates, one name immediately stopped me cold. Let's call him Brad. Now, it's been over 15 years since high school, but my memory of Brad was as vivid as ever. He wasn't just another face from my past. He was my tormentor, the guy who made my life miserable during what should have been formative, joyful years. Brad was the classic bully, a jock who relished picking on people like me, an overweight theater kid who took AP math and science. He had this talent for finding my vulnerabilities and exploiting them relentlessly. Those 4 years were a daily struggle, and seeing his name on the list stirred feelings that I hadn't visited in years. Still, I wasn't entirely convinced that it was the same Brad until he walked into the interview room. It was him, all right. That same smug smirk, though now softened by age. At first, it was obvious he didn't recognize me, but as we sat down, that light of recognition flickered in his eyes, and he tried to play it off, just like we'd been old friends. He cracked jokes, feigned familiarity, and even went so far as to say, "You'll put in a good word for me, right?" I played along, smiling and laughing, but inside, every word sharpened the blade of my resolve. The interview itself was underwhelming. Brad's answers were mediocre at best, far from the stellar performance I'd expect for this position. Even without our shared history, I wouldn't have been inclined to recommend him. But with that history, I was about to make sure Brad never worked here, or anywhere else if I could help it. After the interviews wrapped, I sat down to write my feedback, and I didn't hold back. I dissected Brad's performance, downplaying anything positive and emphasizing his lack of depth and originality. I made it clear that he'd try to leverage our high school connection to gain an advantage, framing it as an unprofessional and desperate move. My review left no room for reconsideration. But I wasn't done there. You see, in my line of work, connections are everything, and I've built a network of colleagues both within my company and outside of it who trust my judgment. I reached out to a few key people, casually mentioning Brad's name and his lackluster performance. It didn't take much effort to steer the conversation toward how unsuitable he'd be for roles like the one he applied for. In an industry that's as tight-knit as ours, word spreads fast, and reputations, those are a big thing too. Now, this wasn't just about petty revenge. It was about sending a message. People like Brad who coast through life thinking they can bully and manipulate their way into opportunities, they need to understand that actions have consequences. I'm not proud of the lingering bitterness the situation stirred within me. I've worked hard to leave that chapter of my life behind, to become someone stronger and more self-assured. But as I sat there, finalizing the review and hitting send on those carefully worded messages to my network, I felt this undeniable sense of closure. Brad won't be working here. He likely won't be working anywhere in this industry for a long time. Sometimes, life hands you the opportunity to remind those who wronged you that the tables do on occasion turn. The funny thing here is, I don't think Brad will ever truly understand why the doors keep closing in his face. He may never connect the dots back to this interview, but that's just fine by me. I've moved on in life, although some scars linger. This one, though, it feels like it's finally starting to fade. I want to tell you a story about love, betrayal, and a Sunday afternoon at church. For 2 years, I've been seeing a man that we'll call Adam. He's 32, charming, attentive, and always seems so devoted. To me, to the church where he works, and just generally to being a good guy. Every weekend, like clockwork, he'd come to visit me. We live a few towns apart, so I always appreciated the journey that he took. It felt like the perfect setup, really. Space during the week, romance on the weekends. But here's the thing. 2 years in, I realized something odd. Despite all of our time together, I'd never met Adam's family, never met his friends, never even been to his town. He'd chalk it up to his busy life, always telling me how much responsibility he had at the church. I respected that. Who doesn't admire a man dedicated to his faith and community? But then, 3 weeks ago, the truth ran me over like a freight train. Adam wasn't just busy. He was busy concealing his entire life. Turns out, Mr. Churchman is married. Oh, and he's got 2 kids. 2 adorable little kids whose smiling faces stared back at me from his wife's social media account. The one she proudly runs like a digital scrapbook of their perfect family life. At first, I was devastated. You know that sinking feeling? Like someone's pulled the rug out from under you. Yeah, that was me. Crumpled on my couch, scrolling through post after post of their family vacations, date nights, and Christmas mornings. But then, something else bubbled up beneath the hurt. Rage. Pure, unfiltered rage. For 2 years, this man fed me lies. 2 years of stolen weekends, whispered sweet nothings, and empty promises. And now, he's still texting me, spinning more lies, probably thinking I'm too dumb to connect the dots. Well, let me tell you, I connected them all right, and I'm about to make one hell of a picture. I could have just ghosted him, maybe sent a breakup text with a snarky, "Say hi to your wife for me." But no, that wouldn't cut it in my book. This betrayal needed a grand finale, a moment so unforgettable that Adam would feel the shame and regret every time he looked at his reflection in the church bathroom mirror. So I decided to introduce myself to his family, to his friends, to his congregation. Where better to pull off the ultimate act of petty revenge than at the very church where he preaches honesty and morality. I booked a hotel in his town. It's a nice place, far too nice for the kind of confrontation I'm planning. But I figured I deserve some luxury after the emotional dumpster fire that Adam dumped me into. For 3 days, I've been sitting here sipping surprisingly good hotel coffee, drafting my speech, and rehearsing every devastating line in front of the mirror. Adam has no idea I'm in town. He's still texting me, telling me how much he misses me and how he can't wait to see me next weekend. "You're the light of my life," he said in one particularly gag-inducing message. Oh honey, if I'm the light, your life's about to get real bright, real fast. A part of me feels bad. Not for him, of course. He deserves every ounce of humiliation coming his way. But for his wife and kids, they didn't ask for this. His wife probably thinks she married the perfect man, a devoted husband and father. And his kids? They're just innocent bystanders in the mess that their father created. But you know what? That's on him, not me. I didn't sign up to be the other woman, and I refuse to let him walk away from this unscathed. So Sunday morning, I put on my best outfit. Not too flashy, but sharp enough to command attention. I wanted to look like a woman with dignity, someone who's not to be trifled with. As I got close to the church, my heart started racing. What if this backfires? What if his wife turns the tables and blames me instead of him? What if Adam managed to spin yet another lie right there on the spot? But then I reminded myself, I have nothing to lose. He's the one with everything on the line. The service had just about ended when I walked in. The congregation was mingling, chatting in small groups, sipping coffee from styrofoam cups. And there he was, Adam standing near the altar, laughing with a group of men, his wife by his side, one child clinging to his leg, while the other toddled nearby mom. I didn't hesitate. I walked straight up to him, and as soon as he saw me, all the color from his face drained. "Adam," I said loud enough for everyone around to hear. His wife turned, confused, and I felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. "Who's this?" she asked, her voice tinged with polite curiosity. I smiled. "Oh, I'm just the woman your husband's been seeing every weekend for the past 2 years." The silence in that church was deafening. People around us froze, their conversation stopping mid-sentence. Adam stammered, his face a mess of panic and shame. I don't know what she's talking about," he managed to get out. I laughed. "Really, Adam? Because I've got 2 years worth of texts, photos, and love notes that say otherwise. Should I show everyone here? Or do you want to explain yourself?" His wife's face crumpled, her confusion giving way to hurt, then fury. She grabbed her kids and stormed out, leaving Adam standing there like a deer in headlights. The congregation just murmured. I remember hearing the judgmental whispers of all the other church folk. To me, it sounded like a symphony of karmic justice. I left the church before anyone could recover enough to ask questions. Once back at the hotel, I blocked Adam's number and packed my bags. My job was now done. I don't know what happened to Adam after that. Maybe his wife forgave him. Maybe she didn't. Maybe he lost his position at the church. Maybe he wormed his way back in with some tearful confession. Honestly, I don't really care. What I do know is that for the first time in weeks, I felt like myself again. I wasn't the naive woman who fell for a married man's lies. I was the woman who took back her power. So, to anyone out there living a double life, thinking they can get away with it, I encourage you to remember this story. Because if you're going to play games, you'd better be ready to lose spectacularly. There's no real way to ease into this one, so I'm just gonna say it. My wife gave me chlamydia. To say that I'm livid is the understatement of the year. The only person I've had sex with within the past 5 years has been my wife. I thought that maybe I had a bladder infection or a UTI, so I scoffed when my doctor thought it was chlamydia, but here we are. I got the test results yesterday, and I have it. I decided to start snooping, and it didn't take long to find the text messages between my wife and her little boy toy. My guess is she doesn't even know she has it. But little does she know, I've already emailed her partner's wife all the text messages. I warned the lover boy's wife that he's been sleeping with an infected woman and to get herself tested. I'm still deciding how to process this all, but wifey's gonna wake up to my positive test results and the messages of her infidelity. The sun should be coming up in the next hour or two, and likely, that'll mean the end of this marriage. Update. My last post got an unexpected amount of attention. I guess you guys do deserve an update. The short of what happened was my wife gave me an STD. I found out she was sleeping with a coworker and planned to blow our marriage up that night. Thankfully, my drunken mind decided to wait. I had gotten into contact with the coworker's wife, giving her evidence of what was going on and informing her that the two cheaters probably both had chlamydia. I did this because I suspected my wife was cheating with more than one person. In her texts, her affair partner had asked if he was the only one she was screwing at the time, and she gave a non-answer. I know this dumb broad well enough to know that she was screwing someone else as well. Luckily, the coworker's wife got back to me first thing in the morning to explain that she figured he was seeing someone else. The two of them were privately separated at the time, and their separation agreement stated they were not to see anyone else. She had her own suspicions and thanked me for reaching out. We agreed that she would not confront her husband until I could cover my own ass legally in exchange for the evidence I had of their affair together. She also confirmed to me that her husband didn't have chlamydia, at least when they were still together. I decided to not confront my wife that morning. I pretended everything was fine, while I looked for lawyers and dug deeper to figure out the mystery of the chlamydia caper. I installed a keylogger on my wife's personal PC and quickly got access to a secret email where, guess what? My wife was talking with someone on a hookup website. The best part was that it solved the mystery, as the man had informed her that he tested positive for chlamydia and that she probably had it as well. Even better, these emails were from months before I was infected myself, meaning she knowingly infected me with it. Disappointed that it was not in fact the chlamydia fairy that caused all of this, I now have a lawyer. It's not looking well for my soon-to-be ex. The fact that she knowingly infected me made my lawyer salivate, along with the mountain of proof of her infidelity. The house we live in is my parents', and we've kept all of our finances separate since the beginning. Her chances of getting much, if anything, out of me are pretty slim. I served her the divorce papers last month. I bought a security camera on Amazon when all this started, saying I was going to put it over our front door. I hid it in the living room the morning I decided to confront her. I decided to take one of the top comments from my first post on how to drop this on her. We were sitting and having breakfast when I said, "So I'm curious, does your coworker know you infected him with chlamydia as well?" In short order, that led to her crying, apologizing, trying to claim it was a one-time thing. She tried to claim that she loved me. She tried to blame me, screamed at me that I don't make her feel loved. You get it. I served her the divorce papers and her eviction notice right after. I'm staying with my parents until she's out of the house in a few weeks just to be safe. I'm juggling if I want to try and press assault charges against her for knowingly infecting me with an STD. As my lawyer said, it should be pretty easy to prove with the emails we have. Overall though, I just want her out of my life, like the STD she is. When I was 12 years old, I went to a private school in Zagreb, Croatia. Every day, I'd take a long trek back to my apartment. The school was pretty far from the city center, so my daily commute involved a mix of public transport and walking. It all felt rather routine, even comforting at times. Catching the same buses, walking familiar streets, and occasionally running into classmates on the way home. While it may seem like a lot, it quickly became my typical day. But one evening, what was supposed to be a normal commute home turned into the most terrifying experience of my life. It was one of those weeks when classes were held in the afternoon, meaning I wouldn't get home until after dark. Well, that day, I left school with a couple of classmates, and we all headed to the nearby bus stop. We boarded the bus like we always did, and I found my way to an empty seat. That's when I noticed this balding, middle-aged man sitting right behind me. His clothes were a little dirty, and something about him instantly felt weird. As soon as I sat down, I could feel his eyes on me. Not a passing glance or a casual look, but an unrelenting, cold stare that made me feel prickly all over. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was overthinking it. I pulled out a book from my bag, hoping to distract myself, but his gaze never wavered. I couldn't even concentrate on the words in front of me. My heart raced as I kept my eyes glued to the pages, pretending not to notice him. I thought about moving seats, maybe saying something to my friends spread out across the bus, but I was frozen. The idea of drawing attention to myself or even acknowledging his stare felt even more terrifying. So I sat there silently praying for my stop to come. When the bus finally pulled up to the main street, I quickly got off with my classmates. I felt a wave of relief until I glanced back and saw him step off too. He wasn't just watching me anymore. He was following us. My stomach dropped, and I whispered to one of my friends, urging him not to look back, hoping that the guy would lose interest if he saw us in a group. At the tram station, our group started to split up as everyone waited for their respective trams. I needed tram number 2, and thankfully so did my friend. So we stood there together, avoiding eye contact with the man who lingered just a few meters away from us. When tram number 2 arrived, we quickly got on, hoping to leave him on the platform, but he followed us yet again. The tram ride felt like an eternity, but eventually the man got off a few stops before mine and disappeared into the park. I sighed in relief, thinking maybe I'd just overreacted. Maybe it really was just a coincidence. When my stop came, I said goodbye to my friend and stepped off the tram, feeling just a little bit lighter. It was a short walk from the station to my apartment, just 5 minutes through familiar streets in a quiet alley. But as I turned the corner into the alley, that's when I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't need to look back. I already knew it was him. My heart was pounding through my chest as I quickened my pace, desperately trying to close the distance to my apartment building. But the footsteps only grew louder, quicker. He was gaining on me. By the time I reached the intercom, my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely press the button to buzz my mom. I was praying she would hurry up, but before she could answer, he caught up. I could smell the stench of sweat and cigarettes as he leaned in, his voice low and unsettling. "Hey, how have you been, buddy?" he said, pretending to know me. "I saw your dad yesterday. He told me all about your new school." That's when my blood turned to ice. My dad had been away for months on a work trip. This guy was lying, and he was only barely trying to hide it. I stood there, stone-faced, too terrified to respond, when just then the intercom buzzed, unlocking the door. Without thinking, I bolted inside, trying to slam the door shut behind me. But he got his foot in between the door and the door frame just before it shut. He clearly wasn't giving up. I sprinted up the stairs, with the weight of my school bag dragging me down. I could hear his heavy footsteps echoing behind me. My chest burned and my legs screamed for relief, but I didn't dare stop. Every step felt like life or death. When I finally reached the 3rd floor, my mom was waiting at the door, smiling like nothing was wrong. Without a word, I shoved her inside and then slammed the door shut. My mom looked at me stunned as I collapsed on the floor, gasping and crying. She asked me what was wrong, but before I could answer, I felt compelled to look through the peephole. That's when I saw him standing there, just staring at the door. After a moment, he turned and walked away. Once I eventually caught my breath, I told my mom everything. She immediately called the police, who arrived shortly after to take my statement. They reviewed the building's security footage, but the poor lighting in the alley made it nearly impossible to get a clear shot of this man's face. For the next 2 weeks, I couldn't bring myself to walk home alone. My mom picked me up from school every day, and I avoided public transport altogether. The fear itself was suffocating, and every shadow on the street felt like it could be him. Then, one night when we were watching the news, a familiar face appeared on the screen. That man had been arrested for attempting to kidnap and assault children in our area. My heart stopped, because I knew that if he had gotten me that night, that would have been my fate. Even after knowing he was now behind bars, that fear didn't fully go away. That night had changed me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, never letting my guard down. And I always had an escape plan in mind, just in case. To the man who chased me that night, if you're ever released, I hope our paths never cross again. That night will haunt me forever, and I wouldn't wish that kind of terror on anyone. Four years ago, I had to pack up my life and move from a bustling East Coast city in the US to London for work. It wasn't an easy decision. I lived in that city for over 7 years, and I was deeply attached, not just to the place, but to the life that I had built there. At the heart of it all was my girlfriend of 3 years. We shared a cozy apartment we'd painstakingly decorated, and leaving it felt like tearing out a piece of myself. On my last evening there, I decided to say goodbye to my favorite sunset spot, a place my girlfriend and I had visited countless times. It was our little slice of heaven. It seemed like the perfect way to close this chapter. As the sun sank below the horizon, we decided to head back to our apartment for one last night together before my big move. I ordered an Uber, but in my haste, I accidentally sent it to a pickup point a few blocks away. No big deal. It was only a short run away. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand, and we jogged off to meet it. As we ran, I noticed something odd. A woman, perhaps in her early 30s, was also running, but right behind us. She was short, well-dressed, and clutching a T-Mobile bag in one hand. Her other hand tucked firmly inside of her purse. I joked to my girlfriend that maybe she had made the same mistake with her Uber. But as we crossed intersections and dodged through the streets, she stayed right on our heels, no matter what pace we were at. At the next traffic light, as the signal turned green, I instinctively tightened my grip on my girlfriend's hand, then stopped dead in my tracks. The woman, clearly startled, took a few steps ahead before realizing that we weren't moving. She turned to face us, her eyes darting around nervously, and that's when I finally confronted her. "What do you want?" Her response was immediate, her voice tinged with urgency. I need to get in the cab with you. My life is in danger." Now, the way she said it sent a chill down my spine. Her hand stayed firmly inside of her purse, and she was scanning the area with sharp, jerky movements, like she was expecting someone to jump out at any given moment. I wasn't about to let her in the car with us, especially knowing my girlfriend would be alone in our apartment for a few days after I left. It felt too risky, too wrong. "I'm sorry," I said firmly, "but you're not getting in the Uber with us. I can walk you to a safe place or even a police station if you need help, but you're not coming home with us." She begged, repeating over and over that her life was in danger, that there were people after her. Her frantic eyes and trembling voice seemed genuine, but something about her still didn't sit right with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that letting her know where we lived would be a colossal mistake. For what felt like hours, we stood on the side of the road as she pleaded. I refused over and over again, making it clear that she wasn't getting in the car. To drive the point home, I even canceled the Uber right in front of her. Her desperation was palpable, but my gut told me this situation was far more dangerous than it appeared. After about 10 minutes in real time, she finally relented. "Okay," she said, "just get me an Uber then." Fine, I thought. At least this way I could get her away from us. She pulled out a brand new iPhone box from her T-Mobile bag with a post-it note stuck to the front. Reading the address scribbled on the note, she handed it over to me to enter into the app. It was the only time her hand ever came out of her purse. She immediately slid it back in afterward, clutching whatever she had hidden in there like her life depended on it. I ordered her an Uber, and as I punched in the address, some random street on the outskirts of the city near the woods, it wasn't exactly reassuring, but I figured that it wasn't my problem anymore. When her ride finally pulled up, I walked her over to it, watching as she got in without saying another word to us. I waited for the notification that the ride was complete, and when I got it, I sent her a quick text to check if she was okay. No reply. That was it. No thank you, no explanation, just silence from the void. Even now, years later, I still find myself thinking about that night. What was really going on? Was her life genuinely in danger? Or was this some kind of elaborate scam? Maybe she needed help and didn't know how to ask for it in a way that didn't seem threatening. Or maybe my instincts were right, and she was someone I needed to protect my girlfriend from. I can't help but wonder if I was maybe too harsh. Could I have handled it differently? But then I think about her hand, gripping something hidden in her purse, and the way her eyes darted around like she was expecting someone. I didn't want to take the risk. Whatever she was running from, or whatever her true intentions were. I'm just glad that I trusted my gut that night. But I'll never forget that chilling tension in the air, the weight of her desperation, and the unexplained silence that followed. To that woman, wherever you are, I hope you found whatever safety you were looking for, while also quietly hoping that our paths never cross again. This encounter happened nearly 20 years ago, but it still gives me a fright whenever I think about it. Let me take you back to the early 2000s, long before the days of Lyft and Uber, when booking a ride meant calling a licensed taxi firm. That's exactly what I did one evening, arranging for a cab to take me from a friend's house to my flat in North London. It was dusk when the car pulled up, and I remember feeling the chill of the fading light as I stepped outside to meet the driver. He was an older man, perhaps in his 50s, dressed in slightly scruffy clothes. As I approached, he stepped out of the car and walked toward me, meeting me halfway. Then, without warning, he briefly touched my shoulder. It wasn't a lingering touch, but it was deliberate. A subtle alarm went off in my head. Why did he just touch me, I wondered. But I brushed it off, reasoning that maybe it was just a harmless quirk of someone from an older generation. Still, the unease lingered as I climbed into the back seat. The journey was only supposed to take 20 minutes, a straightforward ride across London. At first, the driver made casual conversation, telling me I was his last job of the day and that he had no plans afterward. Something about that admission made my stomach twist. I reassured myself by glancing at his taxi ID card displayed on the dashboard. This was a licensed driver, booked through a trusted firm that my friend used regularly. He wouldn't risk his job or freedom by doing anything shady, right? I tried to shake off my nerves. After all, it was still early evening, and the streets of London were bustling with activity. As we drove, I buried myself into my phone. Primitive by today's standards, but I probably had a game like Snake to keep me distracted. That distraction worked for a while, but when I finally looked up, the scene outside the window made my heart sink. We weren't anywhere near my flat. Instead, we were now in a desolate area surrounded by what looked like abandoned buildings and junked cars. The streetlights were sparse, casting long, eerie shadows, and it was clear that this was nowhere near the route that he should have been taking. I glanced at the driver, and what I saw reaffirmed that sketchy feeling I had. He was scanning the alleyways as we passed them, his head swiveling left and right, his breathing heavy and uneven. It wasn't the casual demeanor of someone lost or confused. It was focused, on purpose. The realization hit me like a freight train. He was looking for somewhere to stop, somewhere even more isolated. A voice in my head screamed, "He's going to hurt you. You have to do something." Trying to keep my voice steady, I said, "I don't know where we are." He didn't respond, his eyes still darting down dark side streets. I quickly added, "My friend asked me to call her when I got home. She's paranoid like that. If I don't check in soon, she'll call the taxi company or the police." That seemed to snap him out of whatever he was planning. Without a word, he turned the car around and headed toward a main road. My pulse was still racing as I saw familiar streets come into view. Eventually, the driver muttered, "Sorry if I worried you." His tone was off, almost sarcastic, and that only seemed to heighten my unease. As we neared my flat, I decided I wasn't about to let him drop me off right at my door. My sister was staying at her boyfriend's place that night, leaving me alone in the apartment. I didn't want him knowing where I lived, so I lied. "Actually, could you drop me off at the corner store? I just remembered I'm out of milk." He pulled over at the store, and I quickly got out, pretending to browse inside for just a few minutes. I didn't buy anything. I was broke, and I had plenty of milk at home. Once I felt enough time had passed, I left the shop and walked briskly back to my flat, all the while glancing over my shoulder. As I approached my building, my stomach dropped. There, parked just outside the main entrance, was that car. He was sitting inside, staring directly at the building. My mind raced. He clearly followed me and knew that I hadn't bought any milk. I kept my head down, got my keys out, and quickened the pace, all the while my heart hammering away in my chest. Once inside, I locked the door and ran to the window. He was still there, sitting in his car watching. I grabbed my phone and called my friend, explaining everything in a hushed yet frantic voice. By the time I dared to peek out again, he was gone. I didn't report the incident, though I regret that decision now. At the time, I rationalized it away. What could I say? He hadn't technically done anything illegal. He could easily claim he'd gotten lost or made a wrong turn. And if I reported him, he knew where I lived. I was terrified of potential retaliation. Looking back, I wish I'd said something. Not just for my own peace of mind, but to protect any others who might have crossed his path. To this day, the memory of his heavy breathing, those abandoned streets, and the way he just sat outside of my flat in the darkness still fuels a lot of my nightmares. Whoever you were, I can only hope that I never see you again. When I was 15, I had the aspiration of becoming a model. I'm of Southeast Asian descent, 4 feet 10 inches tall, and I had crooked teeth, so looking back, I wonder why I thought it was such a good idea. Either way, my mom always believed in me and would help me put together a portfolio. She also paid for all my agency fees, which isn't cheap. When I realized that my agency didn't care to book me for gigs because I wasn't a good fit for anything, I started searching for gigs myself. Keep in mind that I was only 15, so I wasn't the most discerning. I joined a website where models could contact photographers, and vice versa. I was contacted by many photographers, although just one stood out to me. He told me that he would pay for the hours and travel since he lived about 3 hours away from me. I thought it was a great deal. I talked to my mom about it, and she agreed to take me if my dad and sister could come too. I agreed, although I felt like it was gonna look unprofessional. When we arrived, this photographer's house was in a wooded area with no neighbors. His house was huge though. It was probably the largest house that I'd ever seen up to that point in my life. To give you the comp, he had a barn on his property that was bigger than my family's home. When we went to his front door, his wife answered it. She seemed like the normal, nice, white, stay-at-home mom. She had us sit in the living room while we waited. The furniture and everything was so nice that I almost felt bad for sitting on it. Her husband comes out, and to be honest, I forget what he looks like, because they were both such normal-looking people to me. His wife was folding laundry, and once again it all seemed so normal. I noticed she was folding children's clothes, but they didn't have any kids around. I also don't remember her mentioning anything about having kids. That's when the husband took us into his office, and we filled out all the paperwork. He had tax forms and all this other stuff that seemed legit, so I felt less afraid about getting slaughtered in Wisconsin with my whole family. The weird thing was that he asked what my stage name would be. Why the fuck would I need a stage name? Once the paperwork was done, he took us to his barn to look at the studio. It was gigantic, and once again, looked the part. He had clothing racks full of costumes, bright lights, computers, and so much more out there. It was actually pretty overwhelming. So when I started, he told me I could change since I had brought my own clothes. I was super nervous since the only experience I had in modeling was having my aunt take pictures of me in the backyard. Then the photographer says to my family, "Kids are usually nervous if their family is watching them. Are you guys fine with stepping out for a bit?" They all agreed. My dad said to me in our home language to scream if anything happened because they'll be right outside. I figured I'd be fine, until the photographer casually says to me, "Can you pull your sleeve down over your shoulder? It's okay if your nipple shows. I can Photoshop that out." I then got the heebie-jeebies. After 5 minutes, I asked him if it would be alright if I took a break. He agreed, and asked if I wanted to see the pictures that he had taken. They looked super fucking mid. My aunt was 17, and took way better pictures than him. He asked if I wanted to take some more, and I told him I'd have to talk to my parents first. So that's when I made my way outside, and told my mom discreetly that I didn't want to do this anymore. She was behind me 100%, and immediately came up with some lie on the spot about how we needed to go because the drive home would take so long. Once we were back in the car, it was silent. I think my parents knew. My little sister told me that when she tried to go back in the barn to check on me, the door was locked. I would later find out that the website he was running was actually a CP site, and you had to pay to unlock the photos. it was this whole scandal. There were kids on his website with swimming suits on and looking like adults on his homepage. All the girls had stage names. Now it made sense to me as to why he and his wife came off as too perfect and why they lived in a big house. They were profiting off of young girls' dreams. I'm just grateful that my parents loved me enough to not push me into that shit, because I know most of those little girls didn't want to do that stuff. Oh, and the kicker? The dude never paid for time and travel. Even though this took place years ago, I think he still has my birth certificate, because when I left in such a rush, I left it in his office. If I'm being brutally honest here, I hope that after I left, he got arrested or died somehow. Because now I'm afraid to take professional photos subconsciously, and I never want to be in the spotlight again. Being that this is a complete 180 from how I felt when I first walked into that barn, I think I'm right to blame this creep for that. This story is a few years old now. I, a 42-year-old male, live just outside of Portland, Oregon, and I love going out on my own to have a beer and play some pinball. I have an app on my phone that shows me the locations of any pinball machines around me, and before the pandemic, I used to enjoy wandering around the city and crawling between bars to play. I'm married, but loud bars and pinball machines don't exactly entice my wife, so I've always enjoyed going out in Portland on my own and seeing where the night takes me. The Oregon mask mandate had just ended, and I remember having a half day of work that day, so I took the train into Portland with a hankering to play some Sopranos pinball. It's always been one of my favorite machines, partially because it's clever and full of innuendo, but also because I'm pretty okay at it, meaning I can get enough free plays to pass a couple of hours on just a few dollars. So I arrive at the first bar where I normally play, and I buy a beer and hit the head before feeding a couple of dollars into the machine to get started. It's immediately obvious to me that the machine is in need of maintenance, so much so that using my remaining credits would have just been a waste of time. I hadn't been out in such a long while, so I was determined to have a good time. So I pounded my beer, opened my pinball app to see if there was any other good machine nearby. I was surprised to see another bar within walking distance that also featured The Sopranos. I had never been to this particular spot, so I headed out immediately and double-timed it over. Now, what should have been an 8 to 10 minute walk took nearly 20 minutes. Due to a large area being closed due to road construction, this forced me to go pretty far out of my way to get to the next bar. The sun was setting, and there was also a huge group of blackbirds or sparrows or something flying around over my head. There were so many that I actually jogged a bit in order to avoid the bird poop that I could hear splattering in the road nearby. The second bar was totally worth the walk, and it turned out to be a really fun spot. I've actually been back several times. The Sopranos machine there worked great, and there was a guy feeding money into the jukebox and doing a wonderful job at curating everyone's playlist. I ordered a second beer and asked the bartender where the bathroom was, only to find out that they had closed it due to a plumbing emergency. I had already broken the seal, so I thanked the bartender, paid my tab, and checked the pinball app again to see what else I can find nearby. I was doubly surprised when I found that another nearby bar, one that I thought was permanently closed, was back in business, and they also had a Sopranos machine. Thankfully, this bar was a lot closer to the second bar than the second was to the first, and I made pretty good time getting there. The third bar, absolutely packed, and has a great energy about it. I use the restroom and head back to the bar to grab a beer before walking through the crowd to the isolated small arcade that's in a room adjacent to the bar. I was ecstatic to find myself in a completely empty room containing a nearly mint-condition Sopranos machine. I'm a ball and one beer into my first game when a younger guy in his 20s or maybe early 30s walks in and asks if I want to play doubles on the next one. I agree because I hadn't had the chance to play against someone in a long time. I honestly don't remember this kid's name, but I introduced myself and he started talking to me about how he was from New York and felt like everyone spends too much time on their cell phones. The world is going to hell rant. I'm sure you know the one. He seemed depressed, and in need of some direction or guidance, which I wasn't going to judge him for, because I'm pretty sure that I was the same when I was his age. I tried to engage him and brought up some examples from history where technology shook things up, but ultimately improved things on a global scale after some time. I asked him what brought him to Portland, and that's when the conversation took a turn. He became evasive and made some comments about Portland being just as bad as New York. My hackles went up a bit, and I grabbed a drink of my beer and started playing again to distract myself from the odd energy he was giving off. That's when he really freaked me out, by casually letting me know that he had been following me from the first bar that I went to that night. At first, it didn't even really register what he was saying, until he talked about how crazy it was when those birds were flying over our heads, even though he was pursuing me without my knowledge. He also described getting into an altercation with the bartenders at the second bar, which was just as crazy because both the bartenders had been really polite and apologetic about the bathrooms being out of order. The location of the pinball machine in that bar gave me a good view of the entire bar itself, so I would have seen any such altercation if it had happened while I was in there. So what he was describing must have happened moments after I left. He's still talking as I'm playing at this point, going on like we were already close friends, even though at this point, I'm just making sure I have all my stuff on me so that I can leave as soon as my ball drains. I grab my jacket the moment the ball drops, give the guy a quick firm pat on the shoulder, and walk back to the bar and crowd as quickly as possible, before triple timing it back to the train station and taking as many turns as I could along the way. I made it to the train without any further incident, but that encounter has sat oddly with me ever since. I have no idea why that guy glommed onto me that night, or why he felt like I was the perfect target to tailgate. At best, it was benign and the guy was just socially awkward. At worst, well, I don't even really want to go down that road. So Mr. Everyone Uses Their Cell Phone Too Much from New York, I can only hope that we never meet again. And on another note, stay away from my Sopranos pinball. In late 2020, I was working the night audit shift at a chain hotel that was just off the interstate. I won't disclose the name of the hotel, but it was a major brand, the kind that you see everywhere. At the time, I was training a coworker, another woman in her mid-20s like myself, to take over the night shift. Now, night audit work can be a little strange, but I never expected the events of that night follow me long after I clocked out. Around 3 a.m., after we'd wrapped up the day's paperwork, I decided to show her the different room types that the hotel had to offer. It was a quiet night, and I figured that a tour might fill the time and give her a better understanding of the job. We started with the largest suite on the third floor, which was practically deserted at that hour. The elevator ride up was uneventful, but as soon as the doors opened on the third floor, this weird tension hit me like a wave. We stepped out, and the hall stretched ahead of us. This is a walk that I've done countless times before, so it really shouldn't have given me the pause that it did that night. Well, about halfway down the hall, between the elevator and our destination, there was a man standing in the doorway of one of the rooms, and he was sweating profusely. His t-shirt clung to him, damp with perspiration. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring into the hallway like he was waiting for someone. Even from a distance, something about him felt off. His shoulders were hunched. His posture was tense. He had the disheveled appearance of someone who'd been drinking, or maybe using something stronger. We greeted him politely as we passed, the way hotel staff are trained to do, but he didn't respond. Not a word, not a glance, although his eyes did seem to track us, cold and unblinking. The fear hit me nearly immediately, a gut feeling that I wasn't going to ignore. When we reached the suite, I closed the door behind us and turned to my coworker. "Hey, that guy's giving me a weird vibe. I don't think we should walk past him again to get back to the elevator. Let's take the stairs instead." She nodded, clearly feeling the same unease. When we left the suite and stepped into the hallway again, my heart just about jumped into my throat. The man wasn't in his doorway anymore. Instead, he was standing in the middle of the hall, facing us. He wasn't doing anything per se, just standing there, watching. My instincts screamed at me to run. I leaned over and whispered to my coworker, "Hey, when we get to the stairs, take your shoes off. We're gonna run down and into the parking lot, okay?" She nodded, her eyes now wide with fear. We slipped off our shoes at the top of the stairwell, and as soon as the door closed behind us, we bolted. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. My pulse was pounding in my ears as we raced down 3 flights of stairs and burst into the cold night air of the parking lot. We didn't stop running until we were back inside the hotel, safely behind the locked door of the office. Only then did we allow ourselves to breathe. My coworker and I immediately pulled up the security camera feeds just to see what happened after we left the 3rd floor. What I saw on that screen made my skin crawl. He had followed us. As soon as we'd entered the stairwell, he started down the hall after us, his movements deliberate and calculating. He stopped near the door that led to the parking lot, his head swiveling as he was obviously looking for us. He didn't seem drunk anymore. He seemed predatory. Shaking, we pulled up the reservation tied to his room number. His name was forgettable, something so generic that it might as well have been John Smith. I jotted it down and made a mental note to tell my manager first thing in the morning. Whoever he was, I was going to recommend that we add him to the do not rent list. Something about him just didn't sit well with me. Almost a year later exactly, in late 2021, I was scrolling Facebook one morning when I came across a post from a local news station. It was actually the headline that caught my eye. The shopping cart killer identified. Anthony Robinson linked to multiple murders. Those words made me freeze. And there he was, his mugshot staring back at me from the screen. My stomach turned as I read the article. Anthony Robinson had been arrested for the murders of 2 women in Harrisburg, Virginia. Police had connected him to at least 2 more victims in Northern Virginia, all women he had met online. He had earned his grim nickname because he used shopping carts to transport the bodies of his victims, leaving them in remote locations. He was known to frequent hotels and motels, luring women to meet him before brutally ending their lives. The realization hit me like a freight train. The man who had followed us down the stairs that night, the man who had made my skin crawl, that was Anthony Robinson. He hadn't just been a creepy hotel guest. He was a known serial killer. The details of Robinson's crimes were absolutely horrifying. He targeted women who were vulnerable or unsuspecting, often using dating apps to arrange meetings. Once he got his victims alone, he would kill them and dispose of their bodies, abandoning them like trash. The thought that my coworker and I had crossed paths with him, or had been followed by him, was almost too much to process. I replayed that night in my head, imagining what could have happened if we hadn't trusted our instincts, if we hadn't run, if we hadn't locked ourselves in the office. Robinson's victims weren't as lucky. Their lives were cut short by a man who seemed, at first glance, ordinary. And that's one of the most chilling parts. After seeing the news, I couldn't shake the thought of what might have happened if we made a different choice that night. I was grateful we had each other, that there was a safe space to retreat to. But I couldn't stop thinking about the women that hadn't been so fortunate. Even now, a couple years removed, the memory of that night still makes me shiver. I've worked in hotels since then, but I've never felt completely at ease during a night shift. How could I? Once you've looked into the eyes of a predator and walked away, that's something that you never quite forget. This is from March of 2023. I was heading home after a long evening catching up with friends while in Preston, England. The night had been great, but I was exhausted and ready to be in bed. As I left the pub, I realized that my phone was hanging on by just a thread. left with only 5% battery. I knew it wouldn't last long enough to order an Uber or Lyft, let alone wait for one to arrive, so I needed another option. That's when I spotted a taxi idling near the curb. It was one of those nondescript black cars with a green dashboard light. I'd seen plenty like it in town before. I hesitated for just a moment, because it didn't have that flashy branding of the bigger companies. But with my phone about to die, I figured I didn't have much of a choice. That's when the driver rolled down the window and asked, "Need a ride?" "Yeah, thanks," I replied, climbing into the back seat. He seemed friendly enough, maybe in his mid-30s, with a clean-shaven face and a neatly pressed shirt. As we pulled away, he struck up casual conversation. "Heading home after a big night out?" he asked. "Yeah, just catching up with some old friends," I answered, trying to keep things light. I didn't want to seem rude, but something about this man had already ruffled my feathers. Maybe it was how he glanced at me in the rearview mirror a little too often, or how his ever-present smile felt forced. The drive started uneventfully enough, but about 5 minutes in, I realized that something was off. He passed a turn that should have taken us toward my street. "I think you missed my turn," I said, voice deliberately steady. "No worries," he replied, waving it off. "This is a quicker route." I didn't press the issue immediately, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. But when he turned onto a dark, empty road leading toward a more isolated part of town, that's when my unease turned to alarm. There were no streetlights, no other cars, and no sign of the bustling neighborhoods that we'd just left. "I think you're going the wrong way," I said again, this time a bit more forcefully. "Relax," he said, with a tone much colder now. "I know what I'm doing." My pulse quickened. My phone's battery was dangerously low, maybe just enough for one call, if I was lucky. I unlocked it and texted my roommate. "In a taxi. Feels off. If I don't text back soon, something's wrong." I prayed the message would send before the battery gave out. As we drove deeper into this desolate area, I noticed this man's demeanor start to shift. He stopped trying to make small talk and started gripping the wheel tighter, his eyes darting between the road and the rear view. My heart was pounding as I realized he was taking me somewhere that I didn't want to go. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "My boyfriend's a cop, and he's expecting me to check in soon." It was a lie, but I hoped that it would make him think twice. His expression didn't change immediately, but I could see the gears turning in his head. I pressed on, acting like I was now calling someone on my phone. "Hey," I said loudly as I placed it to my head. "I'm almost home, just a few minutes away." That seemed to rattle him. He slowed the car, and after a tense silence, he muttered, "Fine, let's get you home then." The drive back to civilization felt agonizingly long, but eventually I started seeing familiar street signs. When we were close to my apartment, I lied and told him I needed to stop at the corner store to grab something. He pulled over, and I didn't wait for the car to even stop. I jumped out, leaving the door open behind me as I sprinted inside the shop. After dilly-dallying in the shop for as long as I could, and being certain that he'd driven off, I walked the rest of my way home, shaking with adrenaline now. My roommate was waiting for me, I'm sure worried sick after getting my text. Once through the door, I explained everything, and we decided to report the incident to the police the next day. Months later, in June of 2023, I saw that cabbie's face again, but this time it was on the news, accompanied with a name, Nazim Asmal, and he'd been arrested for using fake taxi credentials to lure unsuspecting women into his car before taking them to secluded areas and assaulting them. The details of his crimes were horrifying. He had a history of targeting women late at night, preying on their trust in what they thought was a safe mode of transport. Investigators revealed he'd been operating in Preston and Darwin for months, if not longer, and had been linked to multiple attacks. Hearing this, I felt a wave of nausea. This was a confirmation of just how close I had come to becoming one of his victims. Nazim's trial brought to light the full extent of his predatory behavior. multiple women came forward with harrowing accounts of being assaulted after being picked up by his fake taxi. In October of 2023, he was convicted on multiple charges, including sexual assault and kidnapping. While he received a sentence of more than 15 years in prison, that punishment felt woefully short for the trauma that he had caused. Even though he's now behind bars, I can't get away from the thought that there are others out there like him, just waiting for an opportunity to exploit someone's trust. And if there's one thing that this experience taught me, it's to never ignore my gut. That night could have ended very differently if I hadn't stayed alert and acted quickly. To anyone listening, please be cautious when using taxis or ride shares. Always verify the person's credentials. Share your location with someone you trust. And above all, make sure to listen to your instincts. Awful people like Nazim Azmal exist, and they thrive on complacency. So it's best to stay safe. It was late summer in 1998 when I made the impromptu decision to visit Yosemite National Park. I was freshly divorced and desperately needed to clear my head, to lose myself in the serene beauty of towering granite cliffs and cascading waterfalls. I booked a modest room at a motel in El Portal, California, a reasonably priced stopover just outside the park. I didn't know it then, but this trip would haunt me for the rest of my life. The Cedar Lodge Motel was quiet, tucked away in a picturesque corner of the Sierra Nevada foothills. It was nothing fancy, just a practical place for visitors like me, eager to experience Yosemite's wonders without breaking the bank. I recall that when I checked in, the woman at the front desk was friendly, but preoccupied, juggling phone calls and guest requests. I remember thinking the motel had a comforting small-town feel. It was the kind of place that felt almost familiar, even though I'd never been here before. I arrived in the early evening, tired from the long drive, and as I unloaded my luggage from the trunk of my car, I noticed a man standing by one of the motel's utility sheds. He was tall, lean, with an awkward posture that made him look perpetually uncomfortable. He wore a faded maintenance uniform and carried a toolbox, which he seemed to be fiddling with more for show than out of necessity. His hair was long and unkempt, and he had a curious look in his eye, almost as if he was sizing me up. He caught me staring, and to my surprise, he gave a small wave. I think that was accompanied with a good evening, or something to that effect. His voice was low and pretty casual. I nodded politely, offering a quiet hi before hurriedly grabbing my bag and heading off to my room. Now, there was something about him that I couldn't place, a faint air of tenseness that set my nerves on edge. But I dismissed it. He was just a handyman, probably working late, and I was likely imagining things after so much time on the road. Over the next 2 days, I explored Yosemite, marveling at all of its natural beauty. The park was everything I'd hoped for, tranquil, humbling, and exactly the escape that I needed. But my nights back at the motel were far less serene. That handyman seemed to be everywhere. I'd see him near the lobby when I picked up a soda from the vending machine. I caught him sweeping near my front door when I returned from an errand. Once, as I sat outside my room enjoying the cool evening air, he walked past with eyes that lingered just a second too long. Each time he saw me, he tried to make small talk, asking where I was from, if I was visiting Yosemite alone, and how I was enjoying my stay. His questions felt intrusive, like he was gathering information rather than just making casual conversation. When I told him I was traveling alone, a mistake I now realize, his expression flickered. I could see that caught his interest. I remember him telling me that I should be careful, with a tone that shifted from friendly to nearly condescending. A lot of people get lost out here. I laughed nervously, unsure of how to respond. I told him that I'd keep that in mind before retreating to my room. I locked every lock on that door that night and double-checked it at least twice. On my third night at the lodge, something happened that I still can't quite fully explain. I'd been out late, soaking in the last bits of daylight in Yosemite, and didn't return to the motel until well after dark. As I walked up to my room, I noticed that the doormat was slightly off-center. When I unlocked the door and stepped inside, I got this sinking feeling in my gut. A few of my belongings had been moved. A pair of sandals I'd left by the bed were now in the middle of the room, and my toiletry bag was unzipped on the bathroom counter, even though I'm OCD about having all my stuff neat and zipped up. The air felt heavy, almost as if someone had been in the room just moments before me. My first instinct was to check the windows, but they were all locked from the inside. The only other entrance was a door that I had just walked through. Had I forgotten to lock it before I left? Or had someone been inside? I wasn't sure, but I had this gnawing sense of dread that I couldn't easily shake. Later that night, as I lay in bed, still thinking about that odd feeling I had, I heard a faint shuffling coming from right outside my room. This made me freeze, and I remember barely breathing as I strained to listen. The sound grew louder, closer, as if someone was pacing right outside my door. Then, the doorknob rattled. I bolted upright, my heart now pounding in my chest. The rattling stopped, but the heavy silence that followed was even more unsettling. I tiptoed to the peephole, but whoever had been out there just a moment before was now gone. The next morning, I checked out early. I had had enough, and my nerves were thoroughly shot. I told myself that it was all in my head, that I was overreacting, but deep down, I knew that something wasn't right. Months later, after trying my hand at a fresh start in life, I just moved to the Pacific Northwest, where I still call home today. I've always been a fan of the outdoors, so the ample forests, trails, and space here absolutely fit me. But for a while in the 90s, I was a bit reclusive. I didn't have cable, didn't have many friends to talk to on the phone. All I had was my house, my dog, and the morning paper that kept me at least slightly aware of the happenings outside of my four walls. Well, one morning, I just sat down with my paper and coffee when one of the articles stopped me cold. Actually, it wasn't the article itself. It was the black and white picture that accompanied it. It was a photo of that handyman from the Cedar Lodge Motel. I learned then that his name was Cary Stayner, and he had been arrested for the brutal murders of 4 women in the Yosemite area. This included a mother and daughter, as well as a teenage foreign exchange student. I felt a wave of nausea as the memories flooded back. The way he had watched me, his unnerving questions, and the incident with my door. Whether it was luck or something else, it seems like I had narrowly escaped being one of his victims. Stayner confessed to the murders in chilling detail, revealing a long-standing obsession with violent fantasies. His crimes were calculated and driven by a disturbing desire for control and dominance of others. Stayner was convicted and sentenced to death in 2002. He remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California. His story is made even more chilling by his family history. His younger brother, Stephen, was kidnapped as a child and held captive for 7 years before escaping his kidnapper. The media frenzy surrounding Stephen's ordeal overshadowed Cary, leaving him with feelings of neglect and inadequacy that he later claimed contributed to his violent tendencies. Though Stayner's case is infamous, and he held a willingness to admit what he did, authorities suspect that he may have had other victims, women who disappeared without a trace while in the park. The thought that he could have targeted me still wakes me up with a cold sweat on occasion. To this day, I still can't stay in motels. The creak of a door, the sound of footsteps outside, all of it takes me back to that night at the Cedar Lodge. Cary Stayner is locked away and will remain that way for the rest of his life. But at times, the guy lives rent-free in my head. This experience taught me that evil doesn't always look the way you expect. It can easily wear the face of someone you'd pass by without a second thought. And that is downright terrifying. I'm nearing the age of 50 now, but I'll never forget the summer of 1993. I was 16, and like most teenagers, I was happy to be out of school for a couple of months. That summer, I decided to spend a week with my grandfather, who lived alone in a small house in Shropshire, England. He was a widower by then, my grandmother having passed away a few years earlier, and I knew that he could use some company. Plus, I love my grandpa. He was one of those no-nonsense types who still had a twinkle of mischief in his eye, always quick with the story about the good old days. His home was in a quiet village, kind of place where everything always felt safe and orderly. But as I'd come to learn, danger doesn't always care about village charm or quiet streets. It was well past midnight, one of the nights that I was visiting, when I was jolted awake by a series of muffled thuds. At first, I thought it was just the old house settling. It creaked and groaned like an orchestra when the wind picked up. But this was different. It wasn't the kind of sound you could easily dismiss. It was deliberate, rhythmic, and coming from inside the house. I slipped out of bed, careful to be as quiet as possible, and crept down the hallway towards his room. The door to his bedroom was open, and I could see movement coming from inside. That's when I froze. There was someone in there with him. There was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, standing over my grandpa's bed. In the little bit of light coming in through the window, I saw this man raise something over his head and bring it down with terrifying force. I didn't think, I just acted. I knew that my grandfather had a metal fire poker underneath the light switch in his room, and I grabbed it without hesitation. Adrenaline surging, I burst into the room and swung the poker as hard as I could, right at that man's head. It connected with the most sickening crack I've ever heard, causing him to stumble backwards. For a moment, I thought that I'd knocked him out, but he recovered quickly. That's when he turned to face me, and our eyes locked. I couldn't quite make out his face in the darkness, but it was the look in his eyes that I'll never forget. The rage was easy to decipher, but it was the shock that caught me off guard, like he was surprised to encounter anyone else in the house. I reared back to take another swing, and that's when he shoved me hard, sending me sprawling onto the floor. And for a moment, I thought I was going to catch a severe beating too. But he bolted out of the room, and I could hear his heavy footsteps racing towards the back door. As soon as I was sure that he was gone, I scrambled to my feet and went to my grandpa's bed. He was still alive, but he was in terrible shape. He'd taken several blows to the head and body, and blood was seeping from a gash on his temple. I remember shouting for him to stay awake, begging him not to close his eyes while I fumbled with the landline to call for an ambulance. The police arrived shortly after the paramedics. They searched the house and the surrounding area but found no trace of the man. He'd left behind his weapon, which turned out to be an iron rod, but it was completely clean of fingerprints. The officers told us that it looked like a break-in, likely someone targeting my grandpa, and they believed the attacker hadn't expected anyone else to be in the house. My grandpa survived. He was never quite the same after that night. His injuries healed, but the fear lingered. He stopped sleeping in his bedroom, opting for the couch in the living room instead, and he had extra locks installed on every door and window in his house. It broke my heart to see him like that. This strong, proud man, reduced to living in terror. For a long time, I tried to put that night behind me. But then, in 1996, as a young adult myself, something caught my attention. A man named Robin Ligas was arrested and convicted for the murder of Robert Young, a man beaten to death during a robbery in Shrewsbury. I didn't think much of it at first. It was a shocking crime, yes, but it felt distant. But then I read more about Ligas's MO. He targeted 75-year-old Young, breaking into his home at night and using brutal force to swiftly overpower him before taking his life. That brought all those feelings from 1993 rushing back. Could it have been him? Could Robin Ligas have been the man who broke into my grandpa's house that night? The timing, the similarities, even the location. It all lined up too perfectly to ignore. I'll never know for sure, but deep down, I believe it was him. The thought that I came face to face with a man who went on to kill others is something that I still grapple with. What only adds to this is that in 2011, Ligas was convicted of 2 more murders from 1994. Brian Coles, who was beaten and left in his burning home, and Trevor Bradley, whose body was found in a burned-out car. The method of both killings, blunt force trauma, likely from a metal bar, as well as the targeting of vulnerable men, were eerily similar to what I'd witnessed in 1993. It's hard not to think about how differently that night could have ended. If I hadn't been there, if I hadn't woken up when I did, my grandpa might not have survived. And if Ligas, or whoever it was, had stayed after he knocked me over, I might not be here to tell this story. Robin Ligas spent the last 16 years of his life in prison after being found unfit to stand trial for his later murders due to dementia. He died in custody in 2022, and with him went any chance of ever knowing just how many lives he truly destroyed. Police have speculated that there may be more victims out there, unclaimed and unconnected, scattered across the 90s and before. This experience changed me. It made me realize that that feeling of safety we all take for granted is actually an illusion. My grandpa lived in a quiet village, the kind of place where nothing bad was supposed to happen. But monsters don't care about quiet villages. All they care about are their opportunities. I'm proud of what I did that night. As scared as I was, I fought back, and I saved my grandpa's life. But I'll always carry the weight of that night. Was it Robin Ligas? Like I said, I'll never know for sure. But whoever it was, they didn't expect a teenager with a fire poker. And for that, I'm grateful. About 15 years ago, I lived in Chicago and worked at a restaurant in the Loop, where I sometimes worked split shifts. For those of you lucky to never have worked in a restaurant setting, I'd work the lunch rush and then come back a few hours later for dinner. I didn't usually like to go back home in between, as naturally once I got settled in, the last thing I'd want to do was go back to work. So if it was nice, I'd walk around downtown, sit and listen to music in the park, things like that. If it wasn't so nice out, I'd literally just get on the L to ride around and read or listen to music for a while on the train. One day, it's the latter scenario, and I'm riding what's a sparsely populated train during the afternoon on a weekday. I'm on the inside seat of 2 facing forward, and a guy who just boarded the train plops himself down next to me, even though there are plenty of empty seats. There was nothing particularly objectionable about him. Just seemed like an average guy, maybe in his mid to late 20s. I was annoyed he chose to sit down next to me when there were other places to sit comfortably. But before I even had a moment to register my annoyance, he lets out one of those giant dad sneezes. Everyone in the car turned to look at him, which may have been good for what followed. He had covered his mega sneeze with his hand, and much to my disgust, he extended that same hand to shake mine and introduce himself. I didn't accept the handshake, but said hi and maybe gave him an awkward elbow bump. He seemed affronted by this, but continued to try and make conversation with me, loudly. He quickly started asking personal questions like what I did for work, where I lived, where I grew up, how long I had been in the city. Clearly, he was trying to gauge both my naivete and my income. So I was vague at first, and eventually just stopped answering altogether. He gave me some sob story about how he was on hard times, and maybe I could spare him some money. I didn't really believe this, as despite the sneeze, he had nice clothes on and was well groomed. When I told him that I didn't have any cash on me, he said, "Well, I bet you have a 30-day transit pass, so you could just give me that." Maybe I should have just given it to him, but the 30 days had just started, and I made next to nothing for a living, so like hell was I going to fork it over. I decline, and he says, "Listen, I wasn't going to tell you this, but I have a way of getting what I want. So now I'm a bit sketched out. But as I mentioned before, he was talking loudly so the other people in the car were subtly paying attention without getting involved at this point. At the next stop, a bigger crowd was on the platform, and I used the opportunity to get off and cross over to head back the other direction. The guy got up and made to follow me off, but some of the people who knew what was happening strategically got in his way, and soon the crowd that was boarding didn't give him the opportunity to get off before the doors closed. Phew, it felt like that was a close call. But wait, that's not where this ends. Fast forward several months later. I can't recall the exact scenario, but I was eating dinner by myself at a Qdoba nearby where I worked. I was either in between shifts again or done for the day, and I needed a break from our food. I was facing out the windows to the sidewalk, back a bit, not at the ones directly against the window. And I see a guy outside hassling someone that he doesn't appear to know as I'm sitting there eating my burrito. There's something familiar about this guy, though. Can't quite put my finger on it. Soon, he leaves the other person alone, and he turns his head to look directly at me. I then remembered where I knew him from. That was the bully from the L all those months ago. He creepily smiles at me and, to my horror, walks straight into the restaurant. I'm like, there's no way this guy remembers me when very clearly I'm not his only target. I think maybe that's not who it was, or maybe he saw someone else. But no, he comes and stands right next to me. He says something along the lines of, well, that looks good. Remember me? Told you I have a way of getting what I want. Now, let me get that burrito. If I were more confrontational, I would have said, it doesn't seem like you're so good at getting what you want, seeing as you didn't get anything off me or that guy outside. But I'm more of a freeze response type, so I just ignore him. I keep eating, and since there are other people in the restaurant, I gamble that he won't make a scene. I started to get worried as he seemed to be trying to wait me out, but I'm an extremely stubborn person when I put my mind to something, and I wasn't going to leave that restaurant before him. I ate very slowly, got refills, got more napkins. He tried to pretend like we were friendly, doing his best to make casual conversation, but I just kept on ignoring him. Finally, he got distracted by another mark outside, but before he left, he said to me, "I'll be seeing you again sometime." Once I was certain he wasn't lurking around, I waited for a crowd and fell in to make my way towards the L and ultimately home. Thankfully, I never saw Dude again. I'm certain his story about being homeless wasn't true, even though months of cold weather had passed and we were well into winter when I saw him the second time. He was still nicely dressed and well-groomed. It kind of seemed like he had ditched that story anyway and was taking a more aggressive track. It honestly didn't scare me as much as it flummoxed me. The guy reminded me of a crossover, somewhere between Bad Bad Leroy Brown from the Jim Croce song, as well as Debo from the movie Friday. Just this old-school bully with no real motivation other than to intimidate people. And of course, what were the odds of running into him again in a different part of the city, and that he'd remember me after all that time? In retrospect, though, I should have been more scared than I was. He wasn't just a run-of-the-mill common criminal on the streets of Chicago. Something was off about this guy. At the time, though, my mental health was in a bad place, and I was making minimum wage in an expensive city. It didn't seem unreasonable to me to risk life and limb for my transit pass or dinner. I got lucky. Yeah, I made some calculated risks, but still, it wasn't worth it, and I hope my kids wouldn't make the same call, or even be in a position where they would have to. But at any rate, even though so much time has passed, I'd feel better if we never met again, you cowardly, pathetic excuse for a man. Back in 2004, when I was in 7th grade, my parents had just started letting me stay home alone. Usually, it was only for about an hour or so at most. So when I came down with the flu that fall, I thought it would be great to just be home alone all day, mainly so I could veg out in the living room with the flat screen and watch Jerry Springer. Mom almost instantly said no, because it wasn't safe for me to be home alone all day at that age. Well, 20 minutes and a good argument later, I convinced her not to call my grandma to come over and sit with me. I got given the commonplace, don't answer the door, and don't answer the phone, and don't let anyone know you're here alone lecture, before everyone left for the day. In no time, I gathered up my pillows and blanket, my cup of tea and crackers, and set up camp in front of the flat screen. I then quickly dozed off watching all the trashy daytime TV I could handle. At this time, we had a glass ornament with these little colored bubbles in it that would sync and tell you what temperature it was. I don't know exactly what to call it other than some sort of thermometer. But anyway, that was hanging up on our front porch, and hearing it fall and shatter on the ground woke me up. I sat bolt upright and listened for a minute. I started hearing this strange scraping on our screen door around where the doorknob was, and I immediately started sweating. When the screen door was finally opened, whoever was on the other side slammed into the wooden front door trying to break it down. After about 2 slams, I jumped up and tried to hide behind my couch, but I got stuck. My ribs got caught up above the couch while everything below was behind it. 3rd slam and some wiggling, and I just stuck worse. Slam 4, and the door flew open. I was now face to face with a very large man in camo pants and a jacket. We both froze when we saw each other, eyes locked, neither one of us moving. This felt like it went on forever, but it was likely no more than 30 seconds. Then, instinct kicked in, and I began screaming bloody murder. Thank God, it seemed to scare the guy, and he took off running. When I finally freed myself from behind the couch, I grabbed the house phone. Yes, we still used a house phone back then, and called my stepdad in a panic. Stepdad hung up on me, which caused me to panic even harder. I hid in the bathroom and locked the door until I heard my stepdad, mom, and a few other voices outside the door. When I opened it, my parents and 2 cops were standing in the living room. Turns out stepdad only hung up on me to call the cops. I of course explained to them what happened and answered all the questions. From what the cops told us, there were a rash of break-ins in the area, and what they think happened is that the man thought nobody would be home, and that's why he tried to break in. And while the police looked around the neighborhood, as far as I know, they never found the guy that did this. I lived in my family's house until I was 21 and finally moved out. And in between 7th grade and adulthood, I never saw that man again. Never had anyone kick down our door. But the memory of it, that stuff just doesn't go away. When I think back to the summer of 2015, one night stands out in a way that still makes my skin crawl. At the time, I was 21, freshly out of a bad relationship, and navigating life in a new city. I was lonely, vulnerable, and admittedly, a little reckless. Like many people, I turned to dating apps for connection. It wasn't love I was after, just casual companionship to stave off the emptiness. That's how I met Simon. He was 25, or at least that's what his profile claimed. He had long hair, a sort of retro vibe, and played in a band. He sent me their music, which was eclectic, let's say. It wasn't exactly my style, but that doesn't mean that other people wouldn't like it. We messaged off and on for a few days before he went silent, and I figured that was that. A few days later, while at work, Simon messaged me out of the blue. He apologized for disappearing and invited me to a barbecue at the house he shared with his bandmates. He said that they were close friends, and their band manager had arranged the house for them. I thought that sounded a bit far-fetched, but I shrugged it off. Maybe it was true. Maybe it wasn't. Didn't matter much to me. I was more interested in the idea of getting out of the house and maybe making a few friends. I did tell Simon that I wasn't comfortable going inside a stranger's home, at least without meeting them first. He assured me that was fine. The party's in the backyard, he said, and that put me at ease. It was summer after all, and I imagined neighbors grilling nearby, kids playing, and the kind of suburban safety that comes with open-air gatherings. I even made sure not to drink too much water at work, so I wouldn't need to use their bathroom. I was planning to stay outside, no exceptions. When I arrived at the train station that we agreed to meet at, Simon wasn't there. He texted saying that he was running late and told me to start walking toward the neighborhood. Halfway through the parking lot, I spotted him wandering towards me. His long hair and flared-out jeans were unmistakable, but as he got closer, something seemed off. Simon looked much older than the guy in his photos, 5, maybe even 10 years older. His face was rougher, like he'd had a hard life, and his energy was off to boot. He was already tipsy, swaying slightly, with the unmistakable odor of beer on his breath. Red flags started going off, but I ignored them. I told myself not to judge, that I was there to meet people, not nitpick appearances. When we got to the house, I hesitated. I had to remind Simon that I didn't want to go inside, but he brushed it off. "We just have to cut through to get to the yard," he said. The house was in a neighborhood where you couldn't just walk around the side to get to the yard, so I reluctantly followed him in. The first thing Simon did was lock the door behind me. It wasn't subtle. He bolted both the knob and the deadbolt. My stomach dropped, but I tried to rationalize it. I know that a lot of people make a habit out of locking their doors every time they come inside. It's a good practice. He said that he wanted to give me a tour of the house, even though I had no interest in seeing it. "Oh, come on. We worked so hard to get this place," he said, his voice full of pride. But the decor didn't match his story at all. The common areas were furnished like a middle-aged mom's Pinterest dream. Definitely not the handiwork of a bunch of musicians. When we got to the kitchen, I happened to glance out the window toward the backyard. It was completely empty. No people, no grill, no signs of a party. My heart sank even deeper. "Hey, where is everyone?" I asked. "Oh, they're just running late," Simon said. "Van trouble." He was lying. I could feel it, and that only fueled my unease, but I didn't know what to do. He offered me a beer, but I declined, making an excuse about needing to work early the next day. But here comes the part that I'll never forget. Simon insisted on showing me the basement. "It's where we have our music studio," he said. I refused at first, saying I didn't like basements, but he was persistent. "Oh, it'll just take a minute. Come on." The stairs creaked underfoot as we descended into the dimly lit basement. It was sparse, just a couch, a TV, and some exercise equipment. But then I saw the door. It was heavy, metal. The door itself looked like a commercial walk-in freezer. "That's the studio," Simon said. He swung the door open, and inside I saw a few guitars and amps. But the room itself was small, dark. No drums, no recording equipment. Just mattress toppers haphazardly stuck to the walls in an attempt to soundproof this room. "Go on in. Check it out," Simon said while standing by the door. Every cell in my body turned to ice. Every instinct I had screamed at me not to move. I could feel his eye beams on me, waiting. I laughed nervously and said, "Maybe later," before turning and bolting up the stairs. Simon followed me though, asking what was wrong. I told him I just needed to get some air. I did my best to keep my voice steady, although my only goal was to get outside at that point. When we reached the main floor, I suggested we go to the store for more beer. I figured if I could get him out of the house, I'd have a better chance of escaping, and much to my relief, he agreed. At the store, I made an excuse to go into the drugstore across the street, claiming I needed to buy something. He waited for me outside, watching my every step through the window. I wandered the aisles trying to figure out what my next move was. Finally, I spotted a group of people leaving the store. I followed them out and, in a loud voice, told Simon, "I'm leaving. Don't follow me." The group looked over and Simon hesitated, but after a tense moment, he turned and walked off. When I got home that evening, Simon's profile on the dating app was gone. Whether he blocked me or deleted it, I don't know. And for years, I tried to push this memory aside, chalking it up to a creepy but ultimately harmless encounter. But the truth is, I'll never know what would have happened if I'd stepped into that music studio. Simon was calculated. He knew how to manipulate, how to twist the truth just enough to keep me off balance. I think about how easily I ignored red flag after red flag, convincing myself that I was the one overreacting. It's been years, but I still think about that night. And I hope that no one else fell for Simon's lies, and no other unsuspecting girl from that app stepped into that room.